We're at the National Aquatic Centre in Auckland for the 4th running of the Zonal Swimming Championships. 4 hours of non-stop action in this event, which has really taken off over the last 4 years. It does combine the usual competitive swimming elements along with a mix of fun as swimmers swim not just for themselves but for their team. And I think that's what makes it very interesting, Mark.
Yeah, I love this for the fact that you are swimming as a team, you're not swimming as an individual, and you have to race right through every single race. You often have to swim events you don't normally swim. So it's all about the team.
Okay, let's have a look at those teams as they line up. The Harlequins, which on paper really is the strongest with a number of national representatives. The second of the North Island teams is a team from Aqua Knights. That's Waikato Bay of Plenty, a Taranaki and across to Hawke's Bay, Poverty Bay. The bottom part of the North Island comprises Wellington and Manawatu. That's the All-Stars. And then we move on to the South Island team, the 4th of the teams. That is completely from the South Island. And they were the winners of the first of these Zonal Championships. We've got an Australian group here, 4 of them, including Emily Seebohm, an Olympian. Well, why is she here?
Well, it's an exciting initiative by Swimming New Zealand to bring over Emily and the other 3 Australians. I mean, she's a 2-time Olympic gold medalist, a former world record holder. She's having a little bit of a break, but, you know, it is just a great initiative and she'll add value.
Absolutely. Let's have a look at the points then. We said they're all swimming for points. If you win a race, you get 26 points. If you finish 8th, you get 4. So each swimmer contributes mightily to their overall team performance. So big points at stake. And towards the end of the competition, you'll soon know which team has to win big points to get up and take the title. Working poolside with us again here at the Aqua Centre is Ian Jones.
Yep, thanks very much, John. Atmosphere, as always, is building here poolside for this unique event in New Zealand swimming. As you mentioned, it's a great chance for young and up-and-coming swimmers to mix it with the older and elite swimmers in a team's event. And talking about elite swimmers, boy, have we got a treat for you in the half-time break. A chance for some of the greats of the swimming past, swimming in the Legends Relay. Now they're going to roll their arms over one more time to help raise money for the New Zealand Swimming Alumni. This is a trust that has been set up to offer scholarships to New Zealand swimmers so they can chase their swimming dreams. Some of the swimmers taking part, of course, we're going to have 3-time Olympian Dean Kent is out there. I saw Gary Herring out there warming up. I'm not sure if that's allowed in Legends Relay. 2 times gold medalist at the Olympics, Alex Bauman, is also swimming. Alex also chief executive of High Performance Sport NZ. Their great backstroker, Hannah McLean, and also yours truly will be taking part in the Legends Relay. Remember, you can make a donation on the New Zealand Swimming Alumni Give a Little page, and every 100% of all those donations go straight in to the scholarship. It's a wonderful initiative from New Zealand Swimming Alumni, and also we're going to have a lot of fun. But John and Mark, I can see you now up in your commentary position, so let's get the 2017 Zonal Champs underway.
Yes, a quick sprint up the stairs, and here we are. Session 1 begins with the junior men and women, or women and men in that order, with the 4x50 metre medley relay. It's a great way to start because a lot of these youngsters are competing in this sort of event for the first time, so it eases the nerves. So relays to start with, then individual medleys and the 200 freestyles. So it's a really good start to this. The 100 breaststroke, 200 butterfly for senior men and women. We move into the backstroke, and then the 800 freestyle for women and men, events 15 and 16 during session 1. And we end up with more relays, the 4x50 freestyle, the culmination of session 1 there with the senior men in their 4x50 metre freestyle relay. So the swimmers have had a chance to warm up over the last hour or so. It's been very, very busy. We've seen the coaches with stopwatches in hand. They've been marching up and down the side. There's been the sounds as swimmers get the go call off the blocks in this superb facility, which is not all that old, but which has fast become recognised as the home for New Zealand swimming. So the 4x50 metre relay, women 15 and under, that's going to be our first event today. And we'll have a look at these swimmers. We'll see the 4 teams, of course, from Harlequins, Aqua Knights, All-Stars and Marcos. The Harlequins will be in lane number 3, and they'll be led off by Gina Galloway, Brianna Crawford, Kiana Swain and Madia Falconer. That's the Harlequins lineup. Aqua Knights alongside them in lane 4. Sasha Reid, Gina McCarthy, Caitlin Sosa and Bianca Donnelly. The All-Stars have Sophie Irving, Sarah Lower, Georgia Moore and Chelsea Edwards. And the Marcos, Jerry Masanke, Ruby Wagenford, Jessica Scott and Natasha Johnson. So it's a medley relay starting with backstroke. So you could easily see where these teams are from. So it's a Marcos down here at the bottom from the South Island. Next to them, All-Stars with Sophie Irving. Aqua Knights, Sasha Reid and Gina Galloway starting very well for the Harlequins in lane 3.
Yeah, it was a tremendous start by the Harlequins. Gina Galloway, they're using the backstroke ledges now for the start, which gives them a little bit more elevation off the water, off the walls, I should say, and back into the water nice and clean. But a very good swim by Gina Galloway, and she's going to hand it over for the Harlequins to Brianna Crawford.
So it's Harlequins leading. Aqua Knights with Gina McCarthy now in the water. Sarah Lower for the All-Stars and Ruby Wagenford of Marcos. And Marcos really claiming a bit of ground here. You can see down here at the bottom of your screen, that's the Marcos. Moving up into second place.
Well,
a very strong breaststroke.
Yeah, South Island's known for a lot of strong breaststrokers, and they're doing a good job down, and particularly down into Dunedin there, but it is definitely the Harlequins. Nice swimming here by Brianna Crawford as she passes it over now to Kiana Swain.
In second place, Jessica Scott for Marcos, Aqua Knights, Caitlin Sosa, and All-Stars Georgia Moore. This is the first event of the 4th Zonal Championships, the women's 4x50 metre relay for junior women. And my word, isn't Kiana Swain going well?
Yeah, really good swim here by Kiana Swain, but you'll just notice the swimmer inside from the Aqua Knights just not getting enough out of the water with their legs. A lot of action out of the water with their feet, just needs to get them a little bit deeper. But this is definitely a good win by the Harlequins at this stage.
Maria Falconer it is. She's got this race well sewn up, maximum points going the way of Harlequins. Aqua Knights, a very good swim from Natasha Johnson from Marcos.
This
Chelsea
is really
Edwards
important,
also.
John. Yeah, because it's double points on the relays, and we've got a blanket that could go over second, but definitely the Harlequins. So double points. Who's going to get it for second? That's the important one.
Aqua Knights and All-Stars, and it goes to Chelsea Edwards from All-Stars. She finishes in second place. So there's every reason why they must swim out these races to get points for their team. First race is over. Great start from Gina Galloway for Harlequins. She gave them that all-important backstroke lead, the first changeover.
Yeah, I thought they put together 4 very good swims.
Very good. Great finish too. So Harlequins first, Aqua Knights, All-Stars, you see the time difference there, not much in it. Marcos in 4th place. Junior men, you'll be sitting at home looking at this and saying, juniors? Some big boys there, men 15 and under. So the Marcos will start in lane 3. They've got Bryn Rumble. He'll lead off up at the far side there. With his back to us is Jonathan Selman for Harlequins. Ben Littlejohn in the green cap for Aqua Knights, and Ryan Cutler for All-Stars. Four hours of non-stop action. You'll notice they don't even clear the pool at the end of races. They're just immediately into it. Very good start there from Harlequins' Jonathan Selman. He stayed underwater longer than anyone. Came up just ahead of Rumble.
Yes, you're allowed to go underwater for 15 metres, and he really utilised that whole 15 metres. Just came up before the rope that goes across the pool, identifying this. But I really like the way Bryn Rumble was swimming in the Marcos team in lane number 3 as well. Very good technique. But it is the Harlequins that take it out over the first 50. Marcos in 2nd place.
Bailey Wang for Harlequins, Zeke Pine for Marcos, Josh Gilbert for Aqua Knights, and Jacob Raya of the All-Stars. But again, it's going to be that tough battle for the 2nd, 3rd and 4th place, as Harlequins at the moment Body length and a half clear. It might not stay that way. In second place, Aquanites in lane 5, and the green cap, that's Josh Gilbert. He'll hand over to Tristan Iselin. But the first man away is George Smith of Harlequins, Ben Everest, Marcos, and Atakura Julian of All Stars.
Nice changeover too by George Smith for the Harlequins team. Just making sure that he timed it perfectly as the swimmer came into the wall and really winding up a stroke. He's just extending that lead. I thought that it took a little bit of time to get into his paces, but now it's just beautiful butterfly as he goes into the final part.
Last change. Tyrone Henry. Jacob Bloomfield for Marcos. They're last away. They've dropped back to 4th place now. Jack Lees of Aquanites and Max Drummond of All Stars. But clearly Harlequins again. They're going to make it 2 in a row. A big finish from Tyrone Henry.
Yeah, look at the lovely bow wave that's coming off his hips. He had a fantastic changeover. I'm not sure, he might have jumped a little bit. It was very, very close, if not a perfect time changeover. But boy, was that good technique going down that 50 metres freestyle. It was almost as if he was swimming downhill.
Very impressive from Tyrone Henry and the Harlequins team.
Geez, lovely elevation there from the backstroke, using the backstroke ledges. You'll notice those ledges taken straight out as soon as the backstrokers start. They need to be cleared out of the water for the next swimmers coming in. Beautiful finish, just leaning onto that arm on the side.
That was Tyrone Henry who finished, a 15-year-old from Howick Pakuranga. Now we move on to the women 16 and over. Still with the 50-metre medley relay, 4x50s. And fronting up in lane 6 is Emily Seebohm, our first view of the Australian champion. She's down there in lane 6. The Olympic rings on the back of the neck. She's deserved those. She's been an outstanding champion. And she's away for her new team, Aquanites. Emily Seebohm. Bobby Gishard of Harlequins will be looking forward to this. Mina Atherton from the Marcos and Paige Cutler of All Stars. They're up in lane 3.
What's interesting, the Harlequins have got 2 extremely good backstrokers in both Bobby Gishard and Gabrielle Fahamasili, who's the New Zealand record holder. But they've gone with Bobby Gishard to lead off, and she's doing a very good job here against Seebohm.
Touch first for Aquanites. Seebohm hands over to Ruby Matthews. Marcos in second place, Harlequins third. Marcos with Kaylee Jackson. All Stars Shannon Szymanski. Ali Eastwood for Harlequins.
Well, this is what we want to see in relays, a pretty tight race, but again, going now in lane number 4, it is the Marcos just dominating. It's nice to see them from the South Island making a very good 50 metres breaststroke.
Hannah Bates hits the water for Marcos there in first place. She's swimming the 3rd leg. This is the senior women. Hannah Bates, 16-year-old from the Selwyn Club.
Well, she's up against the Olympian Helena Gasson and the New Zealand record holder in the butterfly event. Gasson is just cutting it back at every pace, but it is Bates holding off, and it's going to be great for the Marcos to go over the last 50 metres. Oh boy, that's neck and neck. Whoa. But the New Zealand record holder in the 50 metres freestyle, Gabrielle Fahamasili for the Harlequins, is in lane number 5. And just look at the explosive power of this young lady.
Well, Marcos, they had a good lead at the halfway, but when you're up against the class of Gasson and Fahamasili, it's going to be a struggle. But Cassie Wright is doing extremely well. She's going to bring Marcos home in second behind Harlequins. Strong Harlequins team wins it. Marcos in second place. Aquanites through Claudia Ashby in third, and Rebecca Moynihan brings All Stars in 4th place. Women's 4x50 metres medley relay.
Well, a fantastic start by Seebohm, just using all of her experience. Head absolutely still as she goes into the touch of the end of the backstroke. South Island once again producing very good breaststrokers. And then lastly, Gabriel Fahamasili, beautiful, strong swimmer that she is.
Harlequins, Marcos, Aquanites and All-Stars. That's the way they finished. We move now to the men, senior men 4x50. So the All-Stars have their Australian swimmer Nicholas Brown swimming third leg for them. Harlequins have Cornel Kitsir leading off, Andrew Trembath for Marcos up in lane 5, then Thomas Watkins and Andrew Jeffcoat. Big beard on Kitsir. Enjoying his summer. He's into his work very quickly too. A nice start from the Harlequin swimmer, Cornel Kitsir.
Well, to be fair, John, a lot of the swimmers, what they do is before their major championships, and they've got nationals in March, they actually increase their body hair, both on the hair, on their chest, on their face. They like that feeling that they shave it all off for the big meets. And it is Kitsir that's taking us through the Harlequins, and he hands it over to Grayson Bell.
George Schroeder from Marcos, who was absolutely outstanding when the Marcos won it in Wellington first year. He's in lane 5 for Marcos. Matthew Peterson of All-Stars and Dan Caldwell of Aquanites. Up there in the green cap making an impact too. So a battle for second and third, but Schroeder trying to chase down Grayson Bell of Harlequins.
Yeah, quite contrasting styles. Bell just a very sharp kick, very flat in the water.
There's Willie Kitsir away. Matt Phillips for Marcos. Bradley Ashby is swimming for Aquanites. Well, and there's Nicholas Brown from All-Stars, the Australian.
Yeah, Nicholas Brown, the Australian, but Bradley Ashby, arguably probably our best performed athlete at the Olympic Games. So had a very good Olympics, 8 semi-finals and produced PBs. So that was nice to see from Bradley Ashby.
It's good to see him in action. And we're looking forward to plenty from him over the next 18 months, looking at Commonwealth Games.
And John, you mentioned looking forward to plenty. Have a look at this young man in lane number 6, Daniel Hunter. He's just made inroads over and over again in the last 12 months or so. New Zealand record holder in the 5100 freestyle, and he brings the Harlequins team home.
In second place, Michael Finlay brings home the Marcos. Julian Weir, the Aquanites, and Patrick Langley, All-Stars. That's the way they finish. And that's the first of our events, the 4x50 medley relays. Turned out to be very beneficial for Harlequins.
Oh, sure was for Harlequins. It almost Daniel Hunter just to sort of took it a bit easier in that 50. He knows that he's got to swim 3 individual events, probably another couple of relays, 2 more relays as well. So protecting himself, he knew that they had it in the bag.
There's the final results for that. Men's, that's senior, 16 and over. Harlequins, Marcos, Aquanites, All-Stars. Moving into 400 metres individual medleys next up.
So what they do here, John, is that they, rather than swim a senior team and then a junior team, they combine it, and you have only one swimmer. Most of the other events, apart from the longer distance events, where you have all of the sprint events, you have 2 swimmers per team, only 1 swimmer per team now, but they've combined the juniors and the seniors together. So 1 junior, 1 senior for each team.
As we wait for them to start, and we'll run through the swimmers for you, but you can see their names there. That's a very clear graphic that we're providing this year from the National Aquatic Centre. 400 metres individual medley. So Annabelle McLaren swims for Harlequins, Gina McCarthy Aquanites. I'm going from lane 1 at the top there down to lane 8. Jess Iggo of All-Stars, Hannah Bates, Marcos. Helena Gasson from Harlequins, she's in lane 5. Ruby Matthews, Aquanites, is in 6. Chelsea Parker, All-Stars, in 7. And Marcos Erica Fairweather in 8 as they head up to the first 50.
Well, this should be an event that Helena Gasson should take out. She's an Olympian, went to her first ever Olympics last year. She a little bit disappointing at the Olympic Games on her own admission. She just said that the atmosphere and the experience was just overwhelming, but an experience nonetheless that will actually benefit her long term. She's a beautiful swimmer, and really it's great to see her coming back here. She's the New Zealand champion over the 400 individual medley and the New Zealand champion on the 100 and the 200 metres butterfly, and the record holder as well. So she swims out of lane number 5 in the green cap, and she takes us through the first 100 metres butterfly, her specialist event.
Just ahead of Hannah Bates of Marcos in second place. And while we're watching Helena Gasson here, a lot's expected of her really now. She's what, 22 years of age. She's had that experience, and we're looking upon her because we had a few retirements after the Olympics last year, and you know, the likes of her are going to be spearheading this team for a few years.
Yeah, look, talking to her, the experience of the Olympics was massive for her, and it's just neat to see the energy that she's showing and the enthusiasm now to improve upon that Olympic experience. She doesn't want to just be a one-time Olympian. And to be fair too, she's a very late starter in the sport, and she came through superbly to make the Olympics. She had her really up and down national championships where, you know, she had to lay it on the line pretty much to be able to make the team, and when she did put it all together, she swam really well at the national trials and to make the Olympic team. But here she is just showing all of that experience. Just a beautiful shot there of the margin that she's had. I said that her specialist event is butterfly, but look how much she's extended the lead from lane number 4, Hannah Bates now.
So Gasson touching the wall, turning, nice and easy. Now, this isn't a matter of times or anything, it's a matter of points. Winning the event, 26 points, and it's just as important for those right through to 7th and 8th to not give away any points at all. In second place, it is Hannah Bates of Marcos. Up at the top, Gina McCarthy of Aquanites looks to be in 3rd place. Jess Iggo of All Stars. They're all looking for those points in this race, but really setting the standard here is Gasson. Gasson from Harlequins.
We often use the term when we're talking about dual meet scenarios is that you try to mitigate a loss. It doesn't matter if you don't come in first or if you don't come in second, but if you can take somebody else away from the best points ahead of you. In other words, if you can sneak in from 4th into 3rd or from 6th into 5th, then you are going to benefit your team. And if you can peg back the advantage over another one of these teams, you're racing 4 regions, the Harlequins, the Aquanauts, the All-Stars and the Marcos.
Well, Annabelle McLaren is the other Harlequin swimmer in this, and she's a 15-year-old from Parnell. She's up in lane 1 and just back a bit off the pace.
I guess at the same time, Gasson's got to consider the fact that as much as this is a huge win for her, she's probably mindful of a couple of things. A, I want to be preparing for the national championships, which are going to be in March. Secondly, I want to actually make sure that I'm probably going to swim a 200 individual butterfly event, as well as the 100 butterfly, plus a couple of relays as well. So she's got to have a big program. So she's, I guess it's a fine line between preparing for nationals and using this racing, and particularly long course racing, but also scoring points for a team.
She's turned now. Gasson has turned with less than 50 to go. She's looking really smooth here. Rest are just touching now and turning is Hannah Bates from Marcos, but hanging on to that 2nd place.
So this is a 25-metre advantage that Helena Gasson has got, which is a great swim.
Just a little effort to go to the wall. So Gasson wins it for Harlequins. She gets the maximum points. And then we see a combination, particularly if Annabelle McLaren, the other Harlequin swimmer, finishes in 8th position, which is possible at the moment. Win by Gasson is very important, but it's who finishes 2nd, 3rd, 4th. A combination of good points from one team there could negate Gasson's win.
John, I need probably a little bit of clarification on this, but there is an opportunity too for each team to pull out what they call a joker. If you feel absolutely confident that your swimmer is going to win, then they can take double points. And I think that the Harlequins team may have put that on Helena Gasson to do that in that event. We will need clarification on that, but I believe that is the case. So they will get maximum points and double points for that event.
Yes, that is certainly the case, Mark. I just noticed, of course, that the Aqua Knights have a green cap, and but there's a bright green cap, lime green, which is being used as the joker. So that will be a massive points boost for the team from Harlequins, with Gasson getting double points. Here we have the men. Again, a combination of seniors and juniors. In lane one up at the top, it's Marco Zeke-Pine, Harlequins Patrick McGill, Maxwell Stubbs of Aqua Knights, Lewis Clareburt of All Stars is in lane 4. Govarts Paul of Marcos is in 7, and Callum Prime from Harlequins is in 6. Down to Damon Cowie of Aqua Knights, and then Bronson Lloyd of All Stars in lane 8.
Yeah, this is really nice butterfly from Lewis Clareburt from the All Stars team in lane number 4. He's been at the Junior Pan Pacs as a 16-year-old. Very good swimmer, one that we're starting to take notice of. He was first at the national age groups in the 200 and the 400 freestyle, the 200 and the 400 individual medley, and the 200 metres butterfly. So certainly a swimmer that we are watching in terms of Swimming New Zealand, and one that we will have the pleasure of seeing through this 400 individual medley. So he turns with a 59.34 over the first 100 metres butterfly. And looked comfortable too, looked really, really comfortable. Great underwater shot there of the swimmers as they go off the wall, trying to get a maximum advantage in the underwater. The deeper you go, often the less friction and turbulence that there is from the water, and that's something that you'll notice with the swimmers, and particularly you'll see with that great photography that we saw from the Olympic Games.
Clareburt sticking in the centre of the lane and looking quite comfortable there.
So you'll notice Clareburt in this backstroke, John, just try to go down, you know, somewhat along the lane line itself, because he doesn't want to stick right in the middle of the lane in backstroke, because it's very hard to see where you're going. So out of the corner of their eye, they'll see the lane line and they'll go towards the lane line and travel along it, because they want to travel in a straight line. For the other events, they will swim on the black line on the bottom of the pool. But Clareburt showing a good example there of going along the lane line, making sure that he stays in a straight line.
Watching Lewis Clareburt of All Stars, who's leading through the halfway. Nice turn again from him. And now, of course, the breaststroke, which is the one which invariably tends to see some changes in a race.
But what I liked about the fact that how Clareburt swam that backstroke over the 100 is that he went down in 34 and he came back in 34. That's good splitting. You certainly don't want to have a positive split. In fact, good medley swimmers, they try to have a negative split in each 50 metres of their respective strokes. So we'll have a look at his breaststroke leg. I heard he's starting to really wind it up a little bit now. So he's gone down in 37.9 over the first 50 metres breaststroke. A good pull out once again and straight into a stride. You can see that he's just travelling, lifting those shoulders up and forward. So a really good example here of good swimming.
One of the promising young swimmers around and out of the All Stars team. Coming into touch and move into the freestyle. It's the last 100 of the race. Clareburt an all-the-way win. He didn't give up any time at all in his breaststroke.
Yeah, came back a little bit slower over the second 50. You know, and of course I'm putting a watch on this, and it's probably a bit unfair because we've constantly said this meet is not about times. This meet is about winning, or is about mitigating losses for the rest of the swimmers. So some of them have actually become just a little bit of a sacrificial lamb, that you have to swim 3 individual events. And some of these swimmers, it's probably the first time that they've ever swum a 400 medley in an actual competition.
On his way back now, Claire Burt, to give a victory, the first victory for the All-Stars in this 4th Zonal Championship, which is into the early stages at the moment. We've had some relays. We're having the 400 individual medley. Harlequins dominating with victories and also using their joker to get double points in the last race, the women's 4 by 100 400 IM. Claire Burt wins it comfortably. His nearest competitor is just going through with 25 to swim. So good win for Lewis Claire Burt. In lane 6, that'll be Callum Prime of Harlequins. And you'll see up at the top of your screen there a real good battle for the next placings. It's going to be a man who splits Claire Burt and Prime, who'll go into 3rd place. That's Govertz Paul of Marcos, McGill of Harlequins, Pine of Marcos, and we still have one swimmer yet to come through, and that's the swimmer out of lane 7, Damon Cowie of Aqua Knights.
So in this particular event here, you've got Claire Burt from the All-Stars finishing 1st. The other All-Stars swimmers finishing 7th, so a ways behind. And, you know, what we want to try and do is get that 1st to 7th a little bit better. So if you could get 1 and 6th, then that's certainly going to be better in terms of points. As the last of our swimmers comes in to touch the wall now. And that's Damon Cowie from the Aqua Knights.
Gee, very impressive there from Lewis Claire Burt. So a lot of these swimmers that we're seeing now are some who've been in the Oceania team, for example, might have been national age groups. A team went to Australia last year. All those swimmers who were starting to emerge, and this year could well be the one that sees them crack perhaps Commonwealth Games selection, will put them on the road to Commonwealth Games selection next year. There's the results. Lewis Claire Burt, Callum Prime, Govertz Paul. So All-Stars 1st and 7th. The Harlequins in 2nd and 4th place.
Well, you talk about the Commonwealth Games, and if you're going to be making the Commonwealth Games team, this is the year when you've got to make the big movement and the big move in terms of your training and in terms of your preparation.
If you've just joined us in this live coverage, it's 4 hours of swimming from the Zonal Championships at the Owen Glen Aquatic Centre in Auckland. The swimmers have been split up into 4 zones, 3 from the North Island and 1 from the South. 2 swimmers in each of the individual races, and most of the individual races. They're swimming for points, 26 points for 1st, down to 4. And this here is the 200 metres freestyle for junior and senior women. Well, a really good start there. Well, in fact, possibly the slow start out of lane 4 was what caught us by surprise, and that's Bianca Donnelly of Aqua Knights, but she's made up ground on Maddie Falconer of Harlequins in lane 3. Falconer looks to be in front at the moment. Sarah Lower of All-Stars is in 1. Piper Riley, Maddie Falconer, Bianca Donnelly, Chelsea Edwards in 5. Amelia McKenzie, Alice Waldo, and Peyton Tafino of Aqua Knights.
But John, also interesting as well is that when you generally watch swimming, you get an arrow effect. So the finals are all about lane 4 is the fastest qualifier, lane 5 and lane 3, 2nd and 3rd, and you carry on that arrow. So when you come to a dual meet scenario like this, you're swimming for your team and you don't have that arrow effect. So you can have an outside smoker who is actually the fastest swimmer. So you don't get it always the action in the middle of the pool, as you will see it generally at the Olympics.
Oh, lanes 3 and 5, and that was a very good last 25 from Chelsea Edwards, the 15-year-old from All-Stars, who's made a big impact in the last couple of years, and she's now taken the lead over Maddie Falconer of Harlequins.
Yeah, she's a very strong national age group champion over the 14 years in the 50, 100, 200 and 400 freestyle, so multiple disciplines of the freestyle, also the 50 and the 100 metres butterfly. The other 15-year-old in lane number 3 is Maddie Falconer, and she's also a national age group champion in the 50 and the 100 free, and third in the 200 freestyle. So here we go with about 35 metres still to swim. It is in lane number 5, Chelsea Edwards from the All-Stars team.
Swim Zone Racing Club, and she took the lead at the last turn and just puts on the power now. So Chelsea Edwards in lane 5.
Yeah, just look how she's increased her kick and that velocity that she's got from the back end of her stroke.
Very impressive from Edwards. Falconer of Harlequins in second place, and maybe down in the bottom for Aqua Knights, Peyton Papayano.
You might have just noticed Falconer with a 2-beat kick, nowhere near the acceleration at the back end as what we saw from the winner. The Falconer just with the 2-beat kick, and we might just see a quick shot of that on the replay maybe. It's a lovely diving position there, head down. This is at the halfway stage. They were pretty much neck and neck.
Best training tool in the world, isn't it, really, that underwater camera, Mark, for coaches?
Oh, most definitely, and it's, of course, it's always what goes on under the water that's the important bit, as opposed to what goes on over the top of the water.
Chelsea Edwards, a nice wave there because she sees her name at the top of the list in first place from All-Stars. The other of the All-Stars swimmers, Sarah Lower, finished in 8th place, so not the biggest points, but not bad for All-Stars in that race.
Lane 6, Ruby Heath, All-Stars. Lane 7, Gabrielle Trotter, Marcos. And in lane 8, Annabelle Patterson,
Next race, another 200 metres freestyle for women. This is the senior women, 16 and over. Caitlin Tippett from Aqua Knights up in 1. Alicia Mitchell of All-Stars. Ebony Maikuku of Marcos is in 3. Karina Doyle of Harlequins makes the impact in the white cap. Claudia Ashby of Aqua Knights. Ruby Heath of All-Stars in 6. Gabrielle Trotter in 7 from Marcos, and Harlequins Annabelle Patterson down here in lane number 8. They go through that first 50.
Well, this should really be a Harlequins fest over these 200 metres freestyle. In lane number 4, you've got Karina Doyle. She represented New Zealand at the Oceania Championships in 2016, where she picked up the silver in the 100 and 200 freestyle and the bronze in the 400 metres freestyle. But don't discount Annabelle Patterson, another Harlequin swimmer in lane number 8. She also went to the Commonwealth Games Youth Festival. She's been to the Junior Worlds and also the Oceania, more known as a 200 backstroker, where she won the Oceania 200 metres backstroke.
Well, you're right. Look at the two of them. That's in lane 8, Annabelle Patterson in second place. Karina Doyle in lane 4 is in first. So that's Harlequins first and second.
So they'll just be breathing across the pool. It's important Patterson tries to maintain this second position to earn maximum points for the Harlequins team. First and second, 26 and 24 respectively points.
Very good shot there, side-on shot there of Annabelle Patterson. Karina Doyle in 4. They turn. It's Doyle still leading from Patterson. This is a very good race, a productive race for Harlequins. They're back in 3rd, trying to pick that. It looks like it's Claudia Ashby of Aqua Knights. And on the other side of Doyle is Maikuku of Marcos. But look, a long way back. Karina Doyle has this comfortably. It's going to be a 1-2 for Harlequins. So Doyle touches first, Patterson second, both from Harlequins. Claudia Ashby, Aqua Knights in 3rd place. And then up to the top, it looked like Maikuku, and then Ruby Heath of All-Stars, Gabrielle Trotter of Marcos. So that's a very good, that'll mean lots of points there for Harlequins, Mike.
Yeah, very strong points for Harlequins. They'll be delighted with that. They can almost sit back on their laurels a bit now, but it's a lot of events still to go, but they're looking very dominant early in this meet. Lovely shot there, just breathing underneath the high elevation of those shoulders.
Here we are, so we see Harlequins first and second, Aquanites in third and fifth, so they'll do well out of this as well. Marco's in fourth and sixth, and All Stars getting the 7th and 8th positions. This is the 200 metres freestyle, the first of the two men's races. This is for the juniors, the men's under 15 or 15 and under.
Lane 6, Jack Lee, Lane 7, Max Drummond.
This we have Tyrone Henry, who impressed in the finish of the relay earlier. He's standing in lane 5. Down here it's Henry Rollinson of Marco's, closest to us in lane 8. Max Drummond is next to him in 7. Jack Lees of Aquanites, then Henry, Jacob Blomfield of Marco's, Che Pulepule of All Stars in lane 3, Connor Farrell of Aquanites, and Iko Shibuya of Harlequins in lane 1.
Yeah, pretty even field. I mean, you've got in this event, you've got 2 13-year-olds, a 14, and the rest of the field of 15-year-olds. Turning first in lane number 5 is Tyrone Henry from the Harlequins team. In fact, Harlequins also in lane number 1 doing a good job as well. Tyrone Henry, already a national age group champion from New Zealand, and he was first in the 14 years 50, the 100, the 200 metres freestyle, the 50 metres butterfly, the 100 and butterfly, the 200 backstroke. So multi-discipline, very capable, obviously enjoys racing. I love those sort of racehorses when you're coaching, that those kids that want to get up there and just get into racing. But he's not going to have it all his own way, because Jacob Bloomfield from the Marco's team, 15-year-old national age group champion for 14 years in the 1500 free, the 400 freestyle, where he was second. So more into the distance events, and now starting to come through. This is only a 200 metres freestyle, but he's done a really good job over this third 50 metres, and it looks as if he is going to turn first.
He does indeed. Rolls over nicely. Henry alongside of him.
Well, he just rolled over Henry.
Yeah, he did. Henry breathing away from the man inside him, but he's well aware of it.
But he's not giving up. Henry, look at him, he's starting to bring up that big kick, but Bloomfield is doing a nice job hanging in there. Maybe he made his mark too early, as we see Henry just coming back. Really important to finish hard now to get maximum points.
Bloomfield wins it for Marco's. Henry takes second place, and a big finish up on the far side to Shibuya of Harlequins. So Harlequins second and third. And the rest also fighting it out for those points, valuable points for their team. So 1, 2 and 3 it goes. Marco's, Harlequins, the junior men's 200 metres freestyle.
So just have a look at how important it is to get those hands into a streamlined position as you go in on the dive. Nice long reach. Good drive with the kick. You'll see bow waves coming off, the shoulders coming off the hips.
Blomfield, Henry, Shibuya, Rollinson. So Marco's good points there, first and fourth place for them. Again for the All-Stars is 7th and 8th. So the senior men's 200 freestyle. Sam McKenzie is way over on the left-hand side, starting in lane 1 from Marco's. Joshua Esplin of Harlequins, Bradley Ashby in lane 3. In lane 4, we've got Thomas Watkins. Ashby getting all ready. Watkins in 4. Chris McFadden of Marco's. Daniel Hunter is in 6 from Harlequins. Matt Hyde from Aquanites in 7. And Cam Gillespie of All Stars down here in 8. this will be an interesting race, I think. We see the likes of Ashby, who we've talked about enough with his Olympic Games experience and how he has developed and continues to develop. And like some others around the country at the moment, we're expecting Ashby to be really dominant and spearhead the New Zealand team in the future.
I thought he had a fantastic Olympic trials a year ago, just incredibly good. They did a really good job preparing him, and from all accounts, he's been training extremely well. Surprised to see him doing this 200 metres freestyle, but again, that's what we're talking about, is that they have to swim events that they don't normally swim. I would have expected him to be in the 200 butterfly and the 200 individual medley, which he holds the New Zealand record in.
But such as the outstanding talent of our best swimmers, no matter what discipline, you don't write them off in anything like this, do you? They are, to be the best in the world, in any sort of medley event, you've got to have a great freestyle. He's an outstanding freestyle, and we see him now up there in the green cap, just starting to put a wee bit of pace on over this third 50, and may well have taken the lead.
Yeah, but it's also doing a very good job also from the All-Stars team. In lane number 8 is Cam Gillespie and Matt Hyde from the Aquanites in lane number 7. But I think you're right. I think turning first, and it is Bradley Ashby just out in front by a smallest margin. But look at the experience now of him. Just what a beautiful turn. Got in under the water, quite deep, out of the turbulence, and now he's on his way home.
And Daniel Hunter just slides up into an attacking position, but Matt Hyde of Aquanites, Cam Gillespie, All-Stars, but it's Ashby, all-class Bradley Ashby. In lane 3 will get the maximum points for the Aquanites. Touches first, a battle down in lane 7 and 8 between Matt Hyde and Cam Gillespie. And Hyde may well, did he get it? Oh no, not Gillespie, Daniel Hunter and Matt Hyde. And Hunter does touch out Hyde, so Aquanites get first and third, and Harlequin second place in this.
Hunter would have hated doing that 200 metres freestyle. He's a 5100 freestyler, New Zealand record holder. You don't see him doing the 200 freestyle very often, but he's all class over those sprint events. It's still nice to see him up there. He put together a good race too, Daniel Hunter.
Very smooth. That's Ashby, the winner, the green cap of Aquanites. Looks across and he sees Daniel Hunter was second and Matt Hyde third, so my apologies, I was getting the 7 and 8 lanes mixed up. Asplin in fourth place, so Harlequins get second and third, Aquanites first and third. We've had a few races now, and we've seen, and right from the start we saw that good start beginning by the Harlequins. This is the junior points. They lead with 95 points. Aquanites second, Marcos, and then All-Stars. And that down at the bottom of the page, you'll see that just reminds you of how many points the swimmers get for each position. So you can see where second and third at 38 points is better than first and fourth. Harlequins well in front in both, particularly the seniors, but also the juniors. Junior women lined up now. 100 breaststroke. Up in lane 1, you'll see the name Milne, and without giving too much away about the parents of Tommy Milne, I just hope she gets a fair go here today. She'll start in lane 1. She's from Raumati Raptors, representing All-Stars. Sophie Wilson is next to her in lane number 2 from Marcos. Brianna Crawford of Harlequins in 3. Eleanor Gilbert of Aquanites is in 4. Julia Borlase of All-Stars is in 5. Then Wagenford of Marcos, Anderson of Harlequins, and Sarah Wilson of Aquanites.
Well, Milne certainly gave a fair go to the rest of the team because she was the slowest off the blocks, although very good underwater. Johnny Winter, her coach and former Olympian himself, will be disappointed with that start, but quite good underwater. You'll notice contrasting styles in this 100 metres breaststroke, and particularly you'll see this in female swimmers as they start to develop, as they go through the puberty changes, different development over the hips and around the breast area. So you'll often get a fantastic breaststroker when they're young, and as they hit puberty, you just don't know exactly what's going to happen. And, you know, there's a well-known Australian world record holder. When she changed through puberty, she just went backwards and we never saw her again. And she held the world record as a very young swimmer.
So Brianna Crawford is in lane 3. And that looks like in lane 6, Wagenford of Marcos. And these two are going to the wall first. It'll be Brianna Crawford who touches and gets the points for Harlequins. Wagenford of Marcos, Borlace of All Stars. A very good swim by Brianna Crawford. Good start from her. Took the lead early. Just ahead at the touch. And then on the turn, her second 50 was very impressive. Replaying there at the start, and here's the face and form of the young woman, the 14-year-old from Harlequins.
Yeah, nice lean on her stroke onto the front part of the stroke, so she gets maximum streamlining.
Mount Albert Grammar. Into the wall and touching. Looks across to her right to see where her teammate was, and we see that it's Harlequins first and 7th. Marcos, Borlace of All Stars and Milne of All Stars might not have had the best start, but these two finish strongly and get good points, 3rd and 4th for the All Stars. Now the senior women's 100 breaststroke.
Lane 7, Devon Fountain, Marcos. And in lane 8, Ellie Eastwood from Harlequins.
Up there's Jess Chapman of Equinites, Natasha Ray All Stars, Kaylee Jackson Marcos, Kiara Smith Harlequins, Ruby Matthews Equinites, Szymanski of All Stars in 6. Devon Hamilton of Marcos in 7, and Ellie Eastwood is down here in lane number 8, 16-year-old for the Harlequins team. So Harlequins in 4 and 8, Equinites in lanes 1 and 5, All Stars in lanes 2 and 6.
As we have a look in lane number 4, Kiara Smith, 16-year-old from the Harlequins team, you'll notice just how sharp her kick is. She comes quite upright in her body position, but have a look at the acceleration of her kick. And that's what's getting her forward, and that's why she's dominating over the first 50 metres as she turns now with a 33.12. So we would be wanting about a 112 with a split like that over this 100 metres breaststroke. Just have a look at the acceleration of those legs, and you'll see the hips rising as a result of it. So every time she kicks, those hips come up, and she's almost getting a dolphin kick action with the acceleration of the legs. They're just dropping off a little bit now, not quite the same speed as we see Kaylee Jackson from the lane number 3 from the Marcos just coming up onto her hips now.
And also Ellie Eastwood down here at the bottom, Shannon Szymanski of All Stars, but certainly Kiara Smith and Ruby Matthews, Kaylee Jackson, they are out there in the centre of the pool. And lane number 4, it is Smith who wins it. Jackson is in 2nd place from Marcos, and in 3rd place down in lane 8 from Harlequins, Ellie Eastwood.
I think Smith will be pretty happy with that time, certainly very fast over the first 50 metres. So 110.9 over the 100 metres. There's a great shot in slow motion of just that upright body position, but the acceleration of her feet. Lovely the way she turns her feet out. Dorsey flexion, we call that.
Good timing to the finish. Results: this is the senior women's 100 breaststroke. Harlequins 1 and 3. All Stars again in the middle of the pack at 4th and 5th for Szymanski and Ray. This time the Equinites just drifting near in 6th and 8th positions. Junior men 100 breaststroke. Matthew Phillips of Marcos, Jacob Garrett of Harlequins, Brun Munda of Equinites, Matha Pedersen of All Stars, George Schroeder of Marcos.
Yeah, Grayson Bell was the next one. He's from Australia. So one of our 4 Australians over here in lane number 6.
Timothy Fraser of All Stars in 7 and Zahn Collins of Aquanites in 8. So senior men's 100 breaststroke.
So you'll see that big dolphin kick as they go into the water, so that most of them are doing it before they do the actual pull through. And it is Grayson Bell in lane number 6 representing the Harlequins. I'm sorry, in lane number 6, Grayson Bell senior Harlequins team.
Just moved a sheet ahead of ourselves. Yeah, I thought it was the junior men's. We've given you a rundown on the senior men's team. We got the yes, it's just been told they all look the same with their caps on. So the junior men's, I wondered where they got to.
It's a bit hard when we don't actually have the start list.
That's right. I just
but my
flashed around
apologies.
and found it here.
Well, apologies, really.
Yeah. Under a breaststroke.
That's Gilbert.
Ahead. Men 15 and 0. Hunter Garrett, Matthew Sexton, Ben Sterling, and Zeke Pine. Who won it? Josh Gilbert out of lane 6. I've just seen that go up on the board. So that was our opportunity to take a bit of a breather, ladies and gentlemen. So that was the junior men's 100 breaststroke, won by Josh Gilbert, Bailey Wang and Hunter Garrett in 3rd place. So you've had a good preview of the senior men's 100 breaststroke with the Australian Grayson Bell in lane number 6 just coming out now. But you'll see them in a moment if we go back to the touch and the finish for Josh Gilbert. Aquanites a win, Harlequins 2nd and 3rd. Here we go. George Schroeder just last to go up on the block, 2nd to last to go up on the blocks. Just kneeling down, and now we see the Australian Grayson Bell just moving up into his starting position. Now Bell at age 20. Timothy Fraser next to him, and Collins down here, Aquanites. Oh, explosive start from Schroeder, but also Bell. They marked each other off the blocks, and what a brilliant start from Grayson Bell. And he's come out very, very strongly. Up at the top, though, Jacob Garrett from Harlequins got away extremely well.
As did Matthew Phillips from the Marcos
Yes.
in lane number 1. A tremendous start by him. But have a look at Grayson Bell, just how flat his breaststroke is. Keeping very low centre of gravity to the water. As he comes in, he's going to turn first over the first 50 metres with a 29.41. He has a best time of 1:01.
So where are the attacks coming from? You can see them in a line there. That's George Schroeder.
Well, Schroeder is such a team swimmer, isn't he?
Yeah.
We saw that in the past. He's done a great job for the Marcos. He's now 21 years of age, and it is Schroeder that's just edged ahead from Bell.
So Schroeder from the Marcos. And up there in lane 2, Garrett of the Harlequins. This is going to be tight, but Schroeder gets to the wall first and takes it. Garrett in 2nd place and Bell in 3rd. So Harlequins get 2nd and 3rd out of this, but the Marcos get those 26 points for the win. And their 2nd swimmer was Matthew Phillips, who was swimming well. Did he finish in 4th? Phillips in 4th place, yes. So good points there for the Marcos, 1st and 4th.
Yeah, very good points when you can get 1st and 4 like that. We saw a very fast first 50 metres from Bell, and then he just started to drop after that, just fading in the last 20 metres or so. But equally a great finish by Schroeder, who we know is just such a great team member.
You can see there Marcos 1st and 4th and Harlequin 2nd and 3rd. Now we move on to the women's butterfly. This is the junior women. Georgia Moore of All-Stars, Erica Fairweather Marcos, Kiana Swain, Harlequins, Sarah Miller, Equinites in 4. In lane 3 there we see Kiana Swain, Kate Sims of All-Stars, Jessica Scott Marcos, Annabelle McLaren and Amber Booth. McLaren from Harlequins, Booth from Equinites. See their logos there. It gives you everything you need to know about these young swimmers. Just informing you that if you're new to this, have just tuned in, this is the 4th Zonal Championships, and the swimmers around the country who've entered this are divided up into 4 zones. The South Island is one zone. Auckland, Counties Manukau and Northland are another zone. Then Waikato across to Bay of Plenty, Hawke's Bay across to Taranaki is another, and the third is Manawatu and Wellington. So those are the 4 zones, and they have 2 swimmers in each of the individual races, as we're seeing right now. We see in lane 3 Kiana Swain of Harlequins turn first in this women's 200 metres butterfly.
So, John, if you notice that she's wearing a different coloured cap, all of the Harlequins are in a white cap. She's wearing a pink cap or mauve cap. That indicates that she's doing a joker swim. So this is the Harlequins pulling out one of their jokers. So if she wins this event, she gets maximum double points. As we saw 26 for the victory, she's going to score 52 points if she can hold it up. So she turns now with 100 still to go, 106.55.
And of course the others all see that and say, right, we're going to make sure that you don't. You use up your joker, and you. But no matter where she finishes, she gets double points.
That's exactly right. But, you know, you've got to maximise it if you give you the confidence that she's going to win the joker. So 106, she should come back in about a 112, looking at about a 218.
Sarah Miller is in lane 4 from Equinites. Looks to be in 2nd position at the moment. Up at the top, we can see Georgia Moore of All-Stars. She's prominent, may touch in 3rd place. Kate Sims of All-Stars is also there. As they turn now, and on the way home, that is the pink cap, and she's extended her lead. So Kiana Swain, Harlequins play the joker, and it's going to come off for them. It'll pay off handsomely.
Well, she is the reigning national age group champion for 14 years in the 100 and 200 metres butterfly, the 200 individual medley as well. So very versatile but very strong butterfly. Look how she's just kept up her kick and her rhythm as she comes into the wall with no breathing. Oh, there she just took a breath, but then drives into the wall, and a 219.
Very impressive.
So I suggested she should come back in a 112. That's a 113. So pretty good job there by Kiana Swain, and more importantly, using the joker and scoring double points.
There she is. The goggles are up now. She has a look behind. She's swum well here in this race. The women's 200 metres butterfly for juniors. Good start, great turns. 200 metres is a hard race, but she held her form extremely well. And you notice there from her finish, we'll see it again, that she finishes strongly.
Yeah, gets her head down nicely into the stroke as well. It's not, that head isn't impeding her, it isn't left up in the air, so she's keeping that streamline. Look at that, all of the lengths that she's swimming, she's retained that form, and that's good conditioning, that's good elevation through the hips, as well as good leg drive.
Kiana Swain from Harlequins wins and gets double points. Sarah Miller of Equinites, and then Georgia Moore and Kate Sims of All-Stars in 3rd and 4th places. Senior women now, 200 butterfly. Helena Gasson in 4. Kat Steedman up at the top there from Equinites. Then we've got All-Stars, Marcos, Harlequins, Equinites, All-Stars, Marcos, Harlequins. Yeonsu Lee is down here closest to the camera in lane 8. So Gasson and Lee, I'll be looking for a good double up here.
Well, we've already seen Gasson do a 400 individual medley in pretty impressive fashion not so long ago, and as I said, she will have to back this up. So now the New Zealand record holder in the 100 and 200 butterfly and the Olympic representative is in lane number 4, Helena Gasson. But boy, look at Yongsoo Lee in lane number 8. She's taking it out as well. It's interesting, isn't it? Because we're used to that arrow effect and all the action in the middle of the pool. But here we have an outside smoker in lane number 8, Yongsoo Lee, the young 17-year-old. She's just had such a decorated career as a younger swimmer. And will she take it to Gasson?
Well, she is at the moment.
Well, she's won a bronze medal at the Oceania Championships in the 200 metres freestyle and the 400 IM. So we know that she's well conditioned.
And we've got noted open water swimmer Charlotte Webby in lane 5 from Aquanite. So Gasson and Lee. Lee turns first, Gasson second, Webby in third place. Harlequins 1 and 2. But what sort of order will it be when they turn at the next 50? It may well have been reversed as Gasson starts to move.
Well, the third 50 is the most important one in a 200 metres event in any discipline. And this is when Gasson has to use all of that experience. 103 through the first 100 metres, but Yongsoo Lee, she's still holding on, albeit that it's come down. Oh, look, Lee just had a big look across the pool.
Yeah, she did.
Yeah, she knows. You know, in a 200 metres butterfly, you almost feel that piano coming down, don't you? It's sort of reminiscent. You go back to Moss Burmester with that magnificent Olympic swim when he finished 4th. But boy, when he turned at the 150-metre mark, you could just see it was hurting. It was really hurting.
It was the longest 50 of his life.
Probably the longest call that you've done for him, but because you just felt it for him because he was right there. But Gasson, she has swum this event superbly.
Yeah, great swim by Helena Gasson of Harlequins. She wins it. Yongsoo Lee makes it a maximum points here for the team from Harlequins. Charlotte Webby hangs on for that third place. In fact, she was under no pressure. She swam that very well.
Well, when you're 28 years of age, you don't want to be under pressure either, do you? She's the open water champion, Charlotte Webby, and everything is about open water, but it's nice to see her doing these pool swims.
This started out as a race which we presumed that Gasson would win, but it was Yongsoo Lee in lane 8. She stayed with her, kept the lead, and then, as we mentioned during the race, at the 150 mark, as they turned, Lee just sort of hung out of the water as she looked across to see where Gasson was, and she possibly knew what was going to happen. Good swim though from Lee, better one from Gasson.
That's probably the politest way of putting it, isn't it? It was just a very experienced swim. Look how she just keeps that head down, and the last few breaths as well, just held the breath and just drove it to the wall, kept the speed up.
That's another huge result for Harlequins. First and second, Aquanite's third and fourth. So it looks like all the swimmers were swimming together there. The All-Stars finishing 5th and 6th, and Marco's 7th and 8th. Here we go now, men's 200 butterfly. This is the juniors. We're in session 1 of this 4th Zonal Championship.
Because, John, on paper, anybody could win this 200 metres butterfly. If I look at the best times of a number of these swimmers, they're all equivalent to about a 2:16.
The last man down was Atakura Julian of All Stars. There are 14 and 15-year-olds in this. Best start was Stephen Wereta from Aquanites up in lane number 2. He's looking good. Julian is inside him. Ben Everest is in 4 coming this way. You can see there the black cap in lane 7 of Joel Crampton of All Stars. Down here at the bottom, Daniel Strang of Marcos as well. Just coming into shot now.
So turning first over in lane number 2, Wereta from the Aquanites team. 15-year-old. Certainly not known for his 200 butterfly, but he's just doing a really aggressive job. Sometimes these young swimmers, you know, they've had an opportunity to mix it with the older swimmers. They create a few team chants, and they just really want to excel for their team.
Well, he's from Hawera, one of the Taranaki swimmers. You see down here, though, in lane 6, Tristan Iselin of Aquanites. He's in the lead now. He's from Otamaitai.
Atakura Julian also from the All-Stars team in lane number 3. He looks nice and graceful. He just, with the black cap in lane number 3, just looks very relaxed. Where he's bringing his arms over the water. Not trying to expend any energy at all. This 200 metres butterfly is such a tough race,
isn't it?
We're going to have 4 swimmers that are going to go at the 150 metre mark, the 3/4, all touching together. Boy, there is nothing that separates them.
Atakura Julian from the Capital Club, representing the All-Stars. He's up at the top there in lane 3.
We haven't even mentioned Joel Crampton from the All-Stars team, 14-year-old in lane number 7. He's doing a great job. So All-Stars could actually go first and second here.
He's from Tawa and looking good down here in the black cap. He's making that last surge. Inside of him is Iselin of Aquanites. This is going to be close. Can Crampton hang on for All-Stars? Crampton, what's the finish like? It looks like Crampton. Julian is in 3rd place, so All-Stars 1st and 3rd. Iselin of the Aquanites splits those two and takes 2nd place. Joel Crampton, All-Stars.
Gosh, it took a while for us to mention him, but Joel Crampton from Tawa did a really good job. 3rd in the 200 metres butterfly at the national age groups, but obviously improving all the time. You see that improvement as they just start to fill out and develop. And obviously good training as well.
That's right. It's the work that goes in too, isn't it? And it's tougher, you know.
But you can't ever forget technique.
No.
It's a technique-driven sport. We talk about it as being technique limited.
Well, there'll be parents out there who've got children here swimming, and maybe for the first time seeing them on television, and just they'll be full of admiration for what these youngsters do, because sometimes it's a solo sport, isn't it? And you're getting up early in the morning and you're going to bed early at night because you're tired, and you miss out on socializing with your mates a lot if you're going to be competitive and chase a career in swimming.
Yeah, to a point, John, I agree with that. I don't believe it's a solo sport because you're swimming with a team all the time. You know, yes, you're getting up early, and yes, you're coming into training, but the moment you get to training, you're part of your whole team, and everybody just shares together. But often their friends are the swimmers and fellow swimmers, and that's what they make. Their friendships are all about the pool.
Oh, yes. And that's what it's encouraging for youngsters to get into any sort of sport, because they do develop friendships, and they do learn about travel, and they do learn about, you know, being accountable and all those sorts of things.
But boy, it's a discipline, and it's a magnificent discipline. And what I love about it too is what it gives is the magic cardiovascular fitness, and you just can't buy that. These are really well-conditioned young men and young women.
Yep. But I was thinking of some of the small clubs that we'll talk about throughout the meet who, you know, not big teams, and sometimes they go to training and there might be just 1 or 2 of them. As we see, Jeremy Tasker's up in lane 1, 200 men's butterfly, senior. Asplin of Harlequins, Ashby is in 3. Nicholas Brown from All-Stars. He's a Australian. William Campbell of Marcos, Willie Coetzee of Harlequins, Lachlan O'Connor from Aquanites, and Justin Roberts is down and just turning in last place there from All-Stars.
I think what we should immediately identify here is, one, Bradley Ashby has just had a 200 metres freestyle, but have a look at his tactics. Just, you know, I'm assuming that he possibly will win this 200 metres butterfly, but just watch his tactics and how he'll hold up this 200 metres butterfly. He's currently in about 4th, 5th position, as we see in lane number 4, Nicholas Brown from the All-Stars. Well, he's one of the Australians that is over here representing the All-Stars team.
He's a Youth Olympic Games dual or triple medalist, I think, bronze medals.
Oh, he's got a gold as well at the Youth Olympic Games,
yep.
Yes.
So he's been very impressive as a youngster coming through. He's now 19 years of age, and one of those in the long list of Aussies who are being targeted to stand up and be counted.
Exactly that, but have a look at Ashby now. I mean, he was 4th at the 100 metre mark. He's right there on Brown's shoulder now, just moving up all the time. Again, look at the experience, the underwater work, because Brown actually had a very good turn as well.
Coetzee in lane 6 is also there, though. These are the 3 battling it out now. Nicholas Brown in the centre in lane 4, representing All-Stars, the Australian. Ashby attacks on his left. Can't make any headway on that at the moment. Brown's going to hold him off, but Ashby again showing his class He'll finish second for Equinites. Valuable points for them. And Woody Kutsia of Harlequins finishes in third place. So Nicholas Brown takes it for All Stars.
Kutsia is just one tough animal, isn't he, in the water. Swims multiple events, and both he and his brother, but they're always tough. They swim right in every race. They swim from the start to the finish hard. And they'll never disappoint. You'll never see them end a race and you'll be wondering, why did they not go earlier? They've done that. But what a great swim that was from Brown. Lovely technique. Probably really good for Ashby too, just to have that sort of competition, to know that Ashby probably gave away too much at the 100-metre mark, did work very well over the third 50 and even the last 50, but he didn't have enough.
That's the sort of challenge that Ashby enjoys, though, isn't it? There's an Australian alongside of me, and I can probably beat most of these here, but I'll see how I go against this guy. He finished us in second place. Brown wins it, so All Stars first and 8th. Equinites get second and 4th. Harlequins third and 7th.
And that's exactly what you need a month out, is hard racing.
Let's have a look at the standings now in the juniors. It's still Harlequins leading. They've extended that lead now, 235 to 171 by Equinites. Senior, well, I'd say the Harlequins are still leading, oh gosh, by 100 points over Marcos. Now that second and third place may change around as teams use the joker, as their strong swimmers get up and they win and finish second in events. So it looks like Harlequins are doing it easily, but there's a lot of swimming to go. Starting with this junior women 200 meters backstroke. So there's the names of the swimmers. They represent Shipman All Stars, Mansfield Marcos, Galloway Harlequins, Reed Equinites, Irving All Stars, Massankay Marcos, Zasest Harlequins, and Kadzo of Equinites.
It's interesting, New Zealand traditionally over the years has always been so strong in backstroke, both in men's and women's backstroke, and we've always produced international backstrokers. And these are the young swimmers now. These are the 15 and unders, the swimmers of the future. So we'll just get a great opportunity to have a look at some of these swimmers. Going very strong in lane number 3 is Gina Galloway from the Harlequins. She represented New Zealand at the Australian State Age Group Championships. She's a national age group second in the 100 metres backstroke, the 50 backstroke, and the 200 backstroke.
Well, that was a good team that went away. They had some very positive results in Australia and came back really buoyed by the success, because for New Zealand it's only going to those events or the state championships in Australia that they can really gauge themselves, because getting international competition is so expensive, obviously, from here. So to crack that team and to do well against the Australians of the same age is most promising.
John, it is expensive to travel internationally, but it's not to Australia. And Australia swimming is so strong, both at an age group level and at an international level. You know, they have been the #1 country in the world. When Don Talbot is the legendary Australian national coach, when he finished his career, they were the #1 ranked country in the world. And so traditionally over the years, they've been so strong. We should be taking advantage of that and jumping over the ditch as often as we possibly can and race them at every chance.
Well, we might talk about it a bit later too, but the fact that, you know, we've got Emily Seebohm here, who's been, you know, a classy Australian swimmer for a long time, and this is her first visit to New Zealand. So there's nothing within New Zealand swimming that seems to be able to attract Australians here, and that's obviously they get better competition perhaps, and the facilities are so much better in Australia. But it's been a great effort by New Zealand swimming. You know, Kent Stead and the team who've been working on getting some Australians here for 2 or 3 years, and now they're here, and it's great.
And she ran a clinic and she talked to each of the teams, broke them up into small units, and I've just heard incredibly positive comments about it as well. But that's a very, very good swim there by Gina Galloway, a winning time of 2 minutes 20 as she touches first for the Harlequins.
Equinites Reed is second, and All Stars Irving in third place. Yes, all the way for Gina Galloway. Someone that will watch when it comes to national championships too. She was very good start. That's a great shot there. If you see some of the swimmers go, one particular going really quite deep off the start. But they've all got their own techniques. Their coaches have different ideas. But it's that, as Mark often stresses, it's the technique that matters, and the technique starts well before they hit the water.
Well, you know, new innovation with FINA, the international governing body. They brought in these backstroke starting ledges that the swimmers can put their feet into, and what that does is just give them a little bit more elevation. It came out of an innovation from American swimming, where the NCAA, they used to be able to put their feet in the gutters, and that gave them great elevation, and they decided to extend that into international swimming. So you'll see at the start of every backstroke event, you'll see these little cords going down into the water which hold a backstroke ledge that the swimmers can put their feet into, and you'll just see a little bit more elevation off the walls as they start. And also not just elevation but extension out.
This is in lane 3. This is Minna Atherton, who's a 17-year-old from Australia. She's a world junior champion, having won the 100 and 200 backstroke, the World Junior Championships. So we've also, of course, got Gabrielle Farmasili, who won gold at World Juniors. So a good young talent. And now Atherton is 17 years of age.
Well, just inside or outside her in lane number 4, we've got Bobby Gishard. Well, certainly wasn't a great start by Bobby Gishard, who is a tremendous 200 metres backstroke New Zealand champion. But boy, look at Atherton.
What a great start from her. That was something to watch. As a coach, should be going back and having a look at that, because she came out half a body length ahead of Bobby Gishard. And she's going to the wall. Beautiful form from Minna Atherton. Touch and turn. Look at the advantage she has over Gishard. 1.76 seconds over 50 metres.
Well, Gishard is the National Open champion in the 200 metres backstroke. Moved from Hawke's Bay, Poverty Bay, and she's moved up to Auckland, representing the United Club. But boy, this is just an exhibition. That's a very fast first 50 metres by Atherton over the 29 seconds over the first 50 metres. Let's have a look at her split over the 100 metres. She turns with a 103.0. Again, using 4 butterfly kicks off the wall.
Just see in lane 8, Kelsey Bucock too, closest to us down at the bottom of the screen. She turned in 3rd place. So it's Harlequins in 2nd and 3rd. All-Stars Marco's Minna Atherton.
Bobby Gishard looks very heavy in the water, just very flat. She's trying to get that rotation, but Atherton doing a great job. Look how still the head is, as we see her now turning at the 3/4 mark at the 150 metres. 34 seconds over that third 50, coming for home now.
Wow, that's very impressive. You can see up at the top there, Gishard has just finished to come out of her turn now. So Minna Atherton, that's a name to watch out for, ladies and gentlemen, when the big events start this year, later this year, and then at the Commonwealth Games.
And let's not forget Kelsey Bocock, sorry, in lane number 8, doing a great job. And that's a real race for second between the two Harlequin swimmers.
It's going to be maximum points here for Marcos. Playing the joker. They get double points. In 2nd place, Bocock. Yes, Bucock, in fact, from Harlequins in 2nd, and Gishard of Harlequins in 3rd place. Very impressive from Minna Atherton, former world junior champion over this distance, champion in the junior Pan Pacs over 100 backstroke. She's got some really good personal bests, and we'll like to see her in action at these 4th Zonal Championships.
Oh, she's a real asset for the Marcos team, and they needed that victory and the joker, as we've just said. So you see the acceleration of the feet in the turn. Look how still that head is. Blowing out onto the highest point, just making sure she breathes as the shoulders lift up out of the water, getting that bow wave. know that she's raced really hard, just the way she's sucking in the air, as Atherton takes it out with a 2:10.50, a clear 5-second advantage over Bocock and Gishard in third.
Junior men, 200 backstroke. The names: Harlequins, Equinites, All-Stars, Marcos. Harlequins, Equinites, All-Stars, Marcos. That's the way they go through 1 to 4 and 5 through to 8. Closest to us here, Angus Callagher of Marcos. Alongside of him, Sean Register of All Stars. The best starts are out in the middle. Bryn Rumble of Marcos, Patrick McGill of Harlequins. Up at the top two, Jonathan Solman of Harlequins. All good, confident starts.
Really nice backstroke technique by Bryn Rumble from the Marcos team, a 15-year-old. Second at the 14 years national age groups in the 200 metres backstroke and third in the 400 metres freestyle. Turns first with a time of 31.14, wearing the very brightly coloured trunks or swimsuits. I like the way he keeps his head absolutely still.
Yes.
You can just see that, and the chest is up nice and high, and he's lying back in the water.
It was Jonathan Solman we could see also from Harlequins. Patrick McGill of Harlequins is in 5. That is a very good shot. The stillness of the head.
See how the chest is right up high and the shoulders rotate around the chest. Chest and head don't move at all. A little bit of a drop in the hips. You need to be able to do that so that you have nice extended legs and have good drive through the legs. Good backstrokers are just rotating those feet, kicking from side to side all the time. Just love the way this kid is swimming. Have a look at his rhythm as we've got just focusing in there on someone and from the Harlequins team in lane number 1. But as we go back to the middle of the field again, turning first, it is Rumble.
Selman second, and I think out in lane 8, Callagher was making an impact. McGill is in third place though at the turn.
Haskell right there as well in third place. But again, just another shot here. See how still that head position is of Rumble.
Down here to your left, you see Angus Callagher, maybe third, perhaps in fourth place. So they're spread right across the pool here. But there's no doubt about it, the man in lane 4 from the Marcos is going to win this, and win with an impressive swim. Bryn Rumble, who takes the junior men's 200 backstroke. He's from the Marcos, and he'll be very, very happy, and so will his team be with that. From Wharanui, 15-year-old, his start was good, and he held that form right throughout.
Well, he's got a very, very good coach from Wharanui in Christchurch, a former Commonwealth Games gold medalist.
I thought you were going to keep us in suspense as to who that was.
No, Martin Harris, I'm sorry I didn't say the name. Martin, a very, very good swimmer who represented Great Britain, won the Commonwealth Games gold medal. Gosh, I'm going right back now, but a beautiful backstroke swimmer himself, and he's now got a young protege in Bryn Rumble.
Who wins it? Angus Callagher fourth from Marcos also. Harlequins, McGill and Solman taking second and third. The men's senior 200 backstroke.
So who are you picking in this, John?
Well, always like the looks of Kutsia.
Yeah, he's tough, isn't he?
Yeah.
He and his brother, both tough.
Yeah. Kutsia, Quinnell, this is in lane 6 with the beard, you can see, in the white cap. They're off, and this is the men's 200 backstroke with Campbell of the Marcos up in lane 1.
You see, he's always got a lot of finesse about him. He does the small things really well. The start was good.
Yeah.
The underwater work was good. Head position is good. just hasn't broken through to the represent New Zealand yet at a major international. He's been at the Oceania Championships, but he's certainly a very, very competent national representative at the national level.
Then Kennard Campbell turned second from Harlequins. He's up in lane number 2, and Trembath, who's down in lane 5 from Marcos, is in 3rd place. Looking closely at the form again. If you're looking at backstroke, the stillness of the head, as you've talked about, the chest up.
So you can just see a contrasting style. I mean, Fitzy just doesn't look as fluid as we saw Rumble in the previous swim. Still a very good first 100 metres and a time of 1:00. So it's faster than Rumble, but he just doesn't seem to have the same finesse.
That's interesting,
Rumble's
isn't it?
just such a young kid at this stage, and you know he's going to have a lot of growing. You know he's going to develop a lot more strength and just that maturity about how to race.
And then if you have a look at Trembath next to him, when you just see the splash of Trembath coming up now, different again. Looks to be more body wobble, but he's putting in a bit of effort to close the gap on Coetzee.
Just trying to increase that stroke rate that we've seen with Trembath. He's trying to increase it all the time, and that's why he's made a gain. Just if I'd taken a stroke rate, as we often do in swimming as coaches, he would have increased his stroke rate quite considerably. And now he's coming back. This is going to be going right to the wire.
Coetzee and Trembath. Kennard Campbell in lane 2. He's way back at the moment. We do have this battle. What a great finish this is. Andrew Trembath, and down here in the white cap, Cornel Coetzee, and he will touch first. He holds off Trembath and does it well. Start to finish win for Coetzee of Harlequins. Trembath of Marcos second. Kennard Campbell of Harlequins just dropped off the pace a bit over the last 150.
But he had to work really hard over that last 50 to get third, because Andrew Jeffcoat from the Equinox just came back at him, a young 17-year-old, all the time. But a nice start, nice drive of the leg kick. You can see how Coetzee's head is right back and still, but it just doesn't have the same flow as what we saw with Rumble earlier. It's still a very good victory. No, it's almost
looks so sharp, but
it's
effective, isn't it?
Oh, very, very, very effective. But in the last 10 metres, he just found another gear as well, because Trembath came at him.
Harlequins first and third.
So you can see that third and fourth very close, 0.2 of a second.
Junior update there. A lead of 90 points for the Harlequins. Well, they look like they're exactly the same points to me. Certainly a 90-point difference anyway. Harlequins and Equinox. We might just check those. But Harlequins certainly in front of both the men, both the junior and senior competitions here, men and women. 800 freestyle. This is the first of the two 800-metre races, just the one for junior and senior women, and then one for the same for men. And the person who's making the early move is Hayley McIntosh of Harlequins. Charlotte Webby, who swam only a few moments ago, it seems, in the butterfly, is in the green cap and swimming in lane 3. McIntosh, Paris Cutler is in 5 from All Stars, and Caitlin Deans, who's in lane 6, represents Marcos and turns in 2nd place, just ahead of Paris Cutler.
John, it's probably worth looking at Charlotte Webby. She's 28 years of age. She's a New Zealand open water champion, but quite a different stroke to the rest of the pool swimmers. Even though Charlotte Webby does all of her training in the pool, or most of her training in the pool, it's a little bit different style when you get into open water, into the sea-type saltwater swims with a bit of chop in the open water. You need to just have a bit of a faster turnover stroke, a bit quicker turnover.
Caitlin Deans is from the Neptune Club in Dunedin. She also went to the Australian State Championships last year in the junior New Zealand team.
Yeah, really nice New Zealand age group champion as well in the 16 years and gosh, a number of events. The 400 individual medley, the 800 meters freestyle. Just I can keep reeling off those events. Caitlin Deans from the Marcos in lane number 6. And it's neck and neck with lane number 4, Caitlin Dean and Hayley McIntosh from the Harlequins. There's also a very good New Zealand age group champion in the 400 and 800 freestyle. Not so much in the 200 freestyle where she was placed back into second. These two are going to have a real battle.
The All-Stars representatives are Paige Cutler from Ashurst, one of the smaller clubs in the Manawatu area. She's swimming out of lane 1. And their other swimmer is Paris Cutler, also from Ashurst. So we've got the two from the same squad there.
Well, Cutler's doing a good job in lane number 5. She's currently in 3rd position, and between and just separating the two winners, or they're pretty much neck and neck. She just needs to hang in there, just not get isolated. If she can get up a little bit more onto the hips, then she'll do an even better job and feel a little bit more comfortable. Just starting to see a little bit of a surge by Hayley McIntosh. She went through the second 100 in a 107 in the Harlequins in lane number 4.
North Wave Club. And the other of the swimmers from Harlequins is 15-year-old Samantha Martin from Roskill, who's in lane 8. This is the 800 meters for women, a mix of junior and senior women. Hayley McIntosh of Harlequins leads as she comes to the turn. Just a couple of strokes away from her was Caitlin Deans of Marcos. She's in 2nd place. And
so you'll see
Cutler.
You see now, sorry John, that Hayley McIntosh from the Harlequins just dropping the kick a little bit now. So as she's now into the 300 and almost 350 meter mark, not quite halfway, she'll start just dropping her legs. In other words, it won't be a 6-beat kick anymore. She'll drop it down to a 2-beat kick, or if not, a 2-beat crossover kick. And you can see that there's just not the same turbulence behind her with her feet. In 2nd position in lane number 6, it is still Caitlin Deans. Now, Caitlin Deans has still kept up a 6-beat kick. And you'll see those contrasting styles when we get the wider shot. But here we have the winner at this stage, or sorry, the leader at this stage, McIntosh. But there's the wider shot, and you can just see the contrasting kick styles that they've employed. A lot of them will in the distance event, and Lauren was very much about this as well. Lauren Boyle is our best ever distance swimmer. She would just drop a kick down a little bit, conserve the energy. You've got to remember the legs carry the biggest muscles in the body, and therefore they'll deplete the body of energy very quickly. So in these distance events, you don't want to overkick unless your legs have done a huge amount of conditioning.
Yes. Well, it'll be interesting to see whether, you know, Deans, and also when we look a bit later on, we'll see Paris Cutler also quite strong in the kick as compared to McIntosh. We'll watch them as they turn now. There's McIntosh away, covering the first 20 meters of the next 50. Caitlin Deans, Paris Cutler.
Well, McIntosh is just extending her lead, and she's swimming a smart race here. Now, you also want to conserve those legs for the last 100 meters. And Lauren Boyle was great for this. You know, she was just really tremendous at knowing when to kick and when not to kick. Now, as they come into the wall, we've got a shot here as she turns. You wanted them to still kick off the wall. So they come in, dolphin kicks, maybe a couple of kicks straight away, just to keep the momentum going. Well, we didn't see that from McIntosh. She did beautiful underwater dolphin kicks off the wall, but there wasn't a freestyle kick going out of the breakout part of the stroke. You probably want to try and hold that a little bit for maybe 2 strokes and then drop back to a 2-beat kick. And again, that's just probably experience. You'll notice also that in these distance events, a lot of these swimmers will just employ a 2-stroke breathing pattern. So in the case of McIntosh, which we tend to be zooming in on a lot because she's leading this race, she's just breathing to her right-hand side every 2-stroke cycle. So as she goes down from the scoreboard end of the pool towards the start end, she's constantly breathing to her right-hand side. Now, if there was a real race, and particularly if there was pressure on the other side of the pool, it's very easy for her to identify them as she turns. But if she was coming down this leg as she is right now, if she was just breathing to her right, she'd never see that opposition. And sometimes good distance swimmers need to be able to switch which side they're breathing from to be able to see the other swimmers.
We now see lane 6, Caitlin Deans turning it for Marcos. She's a good half a length behind. In lane 5, it's still Paris Cutler. A little bit of a move coming from Charlotte Webby, who's one of the gutsiest swimmers around, open water expert.
But you got to remember her distance is 5 and 10K swims.
Yeah, this is a sprint for her.
Yeah, this is an 800. This will be really hard for her to get that motor turned over in this 800 meters. You know, the same analogy is New Zealand's top Ironman, Cameron Brown. He couldn't do an Olympic distance event because it's just too short for him, even though it lasts 2 hours. You know, he's used to that big Ironman distance.
This is a great shot here of our winner of the women's 800 meters freestyle, Hayley McIntosh of Harlequins. She's looking exceptionally strong. She gets the whistle now, turns with 100 to go. And she has been superb throughout this race.
And she's just held a 107. Now you'll notice she's just increased her kick a little bit now, and yet she doesn't need to. She's got this race clearly won, and she's going to be swimming other individual events plus possibly some relays, so she's just got to be careful. But she definitely has increased her kick. You just see it in it's just no longer is it just a 2-beat crossover as such. It is now just increased to a more of a 4-beat kick. So in other words, for every arm stroke cycle there is 4 kicks. It used to be 2.
We'll see what she does over the final 25 or so, whether she just winds it up even more to come home. She's got a big program.
Well, the sprinters will have a 6-beat kick from start to finish, and she's trying to get to that 6-beat. Lauren Boyle would have by now, but you can see, I don't know whether she's just being smart here and probably intelligent, just saving a little bit, but
yes,
it's still just very much a 2 and then occasionally a 4-beat kick.
Well, she's going to be a good 30 meters ahead of the rest. McIntosh gets good applause from this crowd which is here. McIntosh of Harlequins wins the women's 800 meters and almost into shot. She'll turn around and be able to see the cap in lane 6 of Caitlin Deans. And Caitlin Deans now crosses. That's the Marcos getting second place. Charlotte Webby did push. She pushed hard, but she won't be able to catch Paris Cutler, who finishes third. Webby is fourth.
Well, McIntosh's last 100 meters was a 105, so a good drop from a 107, which she was pretty much holding. And to be fair too, John, that was pretty much her personal best time as well. I think it was a fraction outside of it, so that's a good swim for her.
Yep. And
you got to remember, New Zealand Open Nationals are what, only 4 weeks away.
Caitlin Souza of Aquanites was in 7, just coming into finish as Paige Cutler up at the top. And from All Stars, we'll see the results go up soon. And down at the bottom here, Samantha Martin of Harlequins. So Harlequins 1st and 8th in this race. An impressive swim by Hayley McIntosh. She wins the women's 800 meters. And we saw those nice shots of her, the way she was breathing. Head barely out of the water. Nice torpedo through the water. That's just lovely to see it coming towards us. Good reach. Effortless.
Hard too in the setting sun when they go down the pool and some of these lanes as well. You get a lot of reflection. But you'll notice all of these swimmers will probably have reflective goggles on, quite dark goggles, so it will take out that sun factor.
Harlequins first and 8th. Men's 800 now. A couple of juniors in this. Balia Helms of Harlequins and Robin Shen from All Stars. They're all set. Well, you'll see as they come up. Look at the third from the top of your screen there. That's Michael Mincham of Harlequins. His start was explosive, and already he's shot out to a body length ahead.
Well, Michael Mincham has had quite a stellar career. He's 20 years of age now, so still very young. Started off in the Waterhole Swimming Club in Auckland, and they're well known for producing some fantastic and outstanding distance swimmers. So he's had a really good background. He had a stint over in Australia where he trained for a couple of years, went over to a distance program over there, and has now moved back into Auckland, where he is under the tutorage of David Lyles, and representing the United Club. But Michael Mincham is a very talented 800, 1500 metre swimmer. Tried very hard to make the Olympic Games. Qualifying time was outside it, but we see him turn with a 56.8 over the 100 metres.
Very impressive. Down at the bottom here, you'll see in lane 7 is Blair Helms, also from Harlequins. He's a 14-year-old, and Blair is from the North Shore Club. So those are the two Harlequin swimmers involved in this. Very quick to get away to a 2 body length lead. Michael Mincham. Zach Reed of Aquanites is in lane 5, and he's in 2nd place. Zach Reed's from Aquablades, New Plymouth. The other Aquanites swimmer is Bevan Jacobs, also a junior.
Yeah, Bevan's only young. He swims out of Hawke's Bay, Poverty Bay, or Central Hawke's Bay.
This is another impressive freestyle swim, as we saw with the women. This time it's Michael Mincham. No surprise at all, because of, as Mark Bone has so accurately described, his talent, how good he is. Zach Reed in 2nd place, but quite a way back. There's still a long way to go in this race. It's an 800 metres. Mincham looking really comfortable. Mincham turns. We'll just see the advantage he has. There's Reed turning in 2nd place.
I actually saw the results of the Anthony Moss Invitational, and Mincham went 1:56 in the 200 metres freestyle, which was long course. But he went through in 1:58 over the first 200 metres in this 800 metres freestyle. So 2 seconds slower than what he swam a couple of weeks back at the Anthony Moss Invitational. A 1:01 through that 100 metres.
Interesting you mention Anthony Moss. He's been in New Zealand for a couple of weeks.
Yes, just gone back to the United States, but he was back home and thoroughly enjoyed it. He actually had 2 stints over here in New Zealand, brought his whole family over and took them all the way around the South Island, where they just absolutely had a ball and loved it, and then came back again a couple of weeks later, and he's just recently left his job, or retired from his job, and he's an ambassador. Yeah, he is training. He's an ambassador for the World Masters Games, and he's actually going to compete himself. I mean, trying to talk him into the 200 metres butterfly. He said he might do the 200, but he said he might swim 3 lengths of the pool and then hop out and walk away.
Well, I'll tell you what he won't do is the breaststroke.
No. Yes, took him out for a sea swim as well, and he thoroughly enjoyed it outside of St Heliers in Auckland, and just loved it. He hasn't had that sort of experience ever before.
Lane 3, Michael Mincham continues to lead and extend that lead ahead of Zach Reed of Aquanites. This is the men's 800 metres. The All-Stars swimmers in this are in lane 6 just coming into shot here now in the black cap. That's Devlin Forsyth from the Capital Club. And their other swimmer is a 14-year-old Robin Chen. And Robin Chen is from Raumati, which is, as you've mentioned, Jonathan Winter coaches up there. They've got a team of, I think, 5 swimmers here in the All-Stars lineup, so it's an impressive effort for a small club. But the most impressive in the pool at the moment is still Michael Mincham.
So 4:01 through the 400 metres. He's just settling into a 1:02 now over each 100 metres. So again, you'll see a great shot there, breathing every 2-stroke breathing pattern onto his left-hand side. As he turns, he's just under the water. No real significant kick off the walls. 1:02.3 over that last 100 metres, but breathing every second stroke. Nice rhythm as he breathes. It's just not a lot of use of energy. He'll still be in pretty heavy training right now.
Just had a good view as they crossed at halfway of one of the Marco swimmers. He's in lane 4. That's Quinton Hurley. And Quinton is from the Jazzy Club in Christchurch. The other swimmer is Jack Sands. Jack is in lane 8. And he's from Geraldine, the only swimmer in the South Canterbury, even North Canterbury area. It's certainly good to have someone from the Geraldine Club, which has got a nice outdoor pool there. I'm sure he trains in Timaru or elsewhere as well. So those are the swimmers in this 800 metres. Some juniors, some seniors, and the best of the seniors, the best of them all, is turning again at completion of another 100. That's Michael Mincham.
So that's the 600 metre mark and a 1:02.8 for the 6th 100 metres. It's going to be interesting whether Michael Mincham can actually lap out some of these other swimmers. So swimming over in lane number 1, Bevan Jacobs from the Aquanites. He's only 15 years of age. Swims out of Waipokarau, which is a really little tiny town in central Hawke's Bay, about 30 minutes out of Hastings. Lane number 2, Robin Chen from the All-Stars, only 14 years of age. They're having a good battle. There they are. That's Bevan Jacobs and also Robin Chen.
15 and 14 years of age respectively, yet the same as what we have in lanes 7 and 8 with Blair Helms and Jack Sands. Hear the whistle there, and Mincham would have heard that too as he turns. I wonder if he does have a couple of those later swimmers in his sights.
So you'll just see he's just increased his kick a little bit. He's also went into a 2-beat kick right through this 800 metres. He's just increased that kick rate now.
You might soon see the splash of the feet of Robin Chen, who's in lane 2. As Mincham, look at that. That's Chen just going to the wall now. And he hasn't had the whistle. Mincham picks him up. Look at this in about 2 strokes. Robin Chen at 14 years of age. He looks across to his right and thinks, oh my goodness, that's Michael Mincham flying past me.
And it's a really horrible feeling when you feel a swimmer flying over. Equally, for the swimmer that's rolling over the top of another swimmer, it's a great feeling.
Yes.
And just have a look at that kick. He's increased it significantly.
Well, look at this. He's only not got enough time to do it, and it just about catches Bevan Jacobs as he turns for his last 100. But that's a very impressive swim for the bearded Michael Mincham.
So 1:00 through the last 100 metres. So 8 minutes 10.
Zach Reed from Aquanites. He takes 2nd place. And Quinton Hurley of Marco's just touches out Devlin Forsyth of All-Stars.
Actually, that's a pretty good swim of Michael Mincham, even his time, because you've got to convert that to the swim that he wants to produce, and that's the 1,500 metres, because there's no 800 metres in the Commonwealth Games or the Olympic Games. And then I think that equates to about a 15, you know, 18. So that's a pretty good swim at this stage. He'll be still in heavy training, as we've said, with still 4 weeks out and as a distance swimmer. You rest your sprinters, you don't rest the distance swimmers. Sprinters, they can have a 6-week taper. Up to 6 weeks. Some of them even
that's
more.
Why they're sprinters. They're lazy, aren't they, Mark?
Well, I wouldn't say lazy. They're prima donnas.
Oh, that's right. Big effort there from young Robin Shen from the Capital Club in swimming for the All-Stars. But we said right from the start that the entry to the water by Michael Minchin off the blocks was superb, and he made his intentions quite clear right from the gun that he was going to take this field apart, and he did so.
Actually, John, I want to see you go up to Daniel Hunter as our top sprinter, 6'7" of him, and tell him you think he's lazy.
I want you to go up. I'll do it if you go up and say he's a prima donna.
He's too tall for me.
I know, he's immensely tall. He's one of those ones where someone like me has to stand on a box to get sort of level. Here we go now. Update. Juniors. Harlequin still 121 points ahead of All-Stars, who've moved into second. So see how tight that is. Just 16 points between second and fourth. And a similar situation here with the Marcos in second place. But only, oh, I was going to say only 34, but it's 104 points back. So that's a big advantage for Harlequins. So they're doing it well here. The strongest team on paper. We're into relays now as we head towards the end of the first session. This is the 4th Zonal Championships. We're live at the Owen Glen National Aquatic Centre in Auckland. Junior women, 4x50. So Harlequins, Aquanites, All-Stars, and down here just at the bottom of your screen are the Marcos team. Harlequins starting with Maddie Falconer, Biana Donnelly for Aquanites, Paris Cutler for All-Stars, and Amelia McKenzie leading out here for Marcos. 4x50 freestyle.
Oh, these are great relays, 4x50. It's all splash and dash, isn't it? That's what we refer to the 50 metres freestyle. At the Olympic Games, the best swimmers probably won't even take a breath over the 50 metres.
Harlequins with Jasmine Anderson, and All-Stars with Sophie Irving. This is tight at the moment. Second swimmers for both these teams, and in the middle of them, Caitlin Souza looking good. Piper Riley swimming second for Marcos.
That's exactly right, but there's not a lot of room for error over 50 metres, and you can actually spin your arms too fast in the water and get nowhere. As we see the Harlequins out in front, and now it is Alice Waldrove, this very talented butterfly swimmer.
It's Sarah Lower. She was out of the entry earlier than the rest, into arms on the water and pushing for All-Stars, whose final swimmer is Chelsea Edwards, and she won't need much of an advantage or even disadvantage to beat off Gina Galloway. This will be tight between these two. All-Stars, Chelsea Edwards, Gina Galloway of Harlequins.
I'll leave the excitement here. This is a great race. There was nothing separating them at the 150 metres, but it looks as if the All-Stars with Chelsea Edwards just has probably has done enough work. In fact, she's extended it.
Edwards does. She gets out to 3/4 of her body length to the touch, and Edwards again touches first for an All-Stars team. Harlequins second, and Aquanites and Marcos. The women's junior 4x50 freestyle relay is Chelsea Edwards. Also a New Zealand junior representative at the Australian age group champs last year.
Pretty clean start by all 4 of these swimmers. Just some great shots there.
Thumbs up from Chelsea Edwards. All-Stars take that from Harlequins, Aquanites and Marcos. Next up, it's the junior men. Marcos in 3, Harlequins in 4, Aquanites, and then All-Stars in 6. Leading off for Marcos will be Joel Nichols. This is Tyrone Henry leading for Harlequins. Jack Lees for Aquanites, and Atakura Julian, All-Stars.
As we see these swimmers go into the water, John, there's a lot of older swimmers starting to get ready, isn't there? They've got a Legends relay coming up, and that's going to be something that we'll be watching out for. But this Tyrone Henry has impressed me from the very first relay that he did, right through his individual swims, as he's extended a very good first 50 metres. A great changeover there for the Harlequins team. 24.55 is a pretty good swim for this Tyrone Henry.
Sean Gibbs is number 2 for Harlequins. He's swimming the second 50.
Look at the power on this Sean Gibbs, just winding it up. Lovely body position, but very good arm speed. And you can see that he's holding that water very effectively. Just takes his last breath as he goes in. That's a nice 50 metres there by Sean Gibbs.
Shea Pule for All-Stars hands over to Bronson Lloyd in second place. Aquanites, Ben Littlejohn. And for Marcos, Jakob Blomfeld.
Well, the Harlequins are obviously disappointed in being beaten in their previous relay, and they're leaving nothing out there in this junior men's event. As we see the anchor swimmer coming in now, Jonathan Shellman.
And he's doing it well. Jonathan Shellman, Josh Gilbert for Aquanites. They're now comfortably in second place. Max Drummond. And up at the top, Jack Sands from the Marcos.
Well, it's not so comfortable, is it? Because Jack Sands is doing a great job from Marcos, but Harlequins a very good win.
Yeah, good finish there from Sands. As I mentioned, from the Geraldine Club, swimming out of Marcos. And it is the Harlequins who win it. Selman finishes as the anchor swimmer. They're immediately getting out of the water as we have a look back at the start. The turn changeovers were all very smooth, no one over anticipating.
Because all those changeovers too are measured electronically. There's what they call a plate in the starting blocks, where you can measure the forces as they leave the block, and of course you've got your touch pads underneath you as well. So the differential between the two, you can tell straight away. It's not through the naked eye, but it's all done electronically whether or not you break.
More good points for Harlequins as they stay on top of the junior competition. Getting towards the end of the first session. And this is the senior women. Minna Atherton. Oh, she's swimming first for Marcos, the Australian. Great. She looked so impressive earlier.
But have a look in lane number 5 for the Harlequins, Gabriel Fahamasili.
And Aquanites have got Emily Seebohm.
Yeah, more of a backstroker and medley swimmer, but this is going to be an interesting race. The sheer power of Gabriel Fahamasili, the experience and just the glamour of Emily Seebohm.
So there we've got 2 former junior world champions swimming alongside each other, haven't we?
Oh, absolutely.
Atherton and Fahamasili.
This is
yes, Ego for All-Stars.
This could almost be the event, isn't it?
Yes.
This could be it.
This 50 metres.
Yeah, exactly.
Both explosive off the blocks.
You couldn't stage this better. That was a great start by Fahamasili, but she went very deep.
And she's into her work earlier. Atherton, totally different styles.
You can see Fahamasili just power again. Now, it's whether or not she's going to hold this form over the last 7, 8, 10 metres. That's what she normally loses a bit. But Fahamasili just winding it up. Done a good job. Yeah, nice job.
Certainly not losing it.
26.14, good split.
Annabelle Patterson takes over from her. Cassie Wright for Marcos took over from Atherton. Claudia Ashby from Seebohm for Aquanites. And it's Shannon Szymanski, the second swimmer for All-Stars, up at the top. So Harlequins, Annabelle Patterson, she'll hand off to Karina Doyle, and Yonsu Lee will finish for them. Ebony Maikuku is the second swimmer for Marcos, third swimmer for Marcos. She's away now, following Doyle. Paige Cutler for All-Stars. Vanessa Overhand.
Interesting changeover there. Patterson, as the second swimmer for the Harlequins, just didn't time it quite right, and there has a hesitation at the top of his stroke, and that could have put the swimmer off, and thankfully it didn't. But you just got to watch that. That's experience of swimming relays, or inexperience when you don't swim relays very often.
Lane 5 Harlequins, touch and go for Yonsu Lee, Caitlin Deans, Marcos, Moynihan, but Lewis for Aquanites was in 3rd place. And Lewis is charging home, only 50 metres in which to do it, but she is catching Caitlin Deans from Marcos.
Yeah, they're talking about charging home, that Yonsu Lee is just charged from the start. As she doesn't breathe, she goes in. A very good victory from the Harlequins.
And a big takeover there from the Aquanites to get in 2nd place ahead of Marcos. So a fine swim by Sophie Lewis. She pips Caitlin Deans, Rebecca Moynihan for All Stars in 4th place. That's the women's senior 4x50.
So there's a great start by Faha Masili, very quick, but went quite deep in the water and then had to make up for it. Atherton, the better breakout, but there it is, Faha Masili. And now
it's a huge shot also of the late afternoon sun coming in through the big windows at the end of this complex. We've got one more race to go in this first session as we see the confirmed placings from that senior 4x50 freestyle relay for women. And we'll get a look at Daniel Hunter. He's in lane number 6, just the last of the swimmers here. Lane 6, and he's the man that Mark and I were sort of discussing a short time ago. In the old language, he's 6'8". He's a very tall man. Mind you, he doesn't look out on his own there with the rest of the swimmers. Michael Finlay of Marcos, Nick Brown, Australian for All Stars, and Aquanites Dan Caldwell.
So a nice streamline under the water by Hunter, New Zealand champion, but there's an Australian in there too, in Nicholas Brown. Dan Caldwell doing a great job from Aquanites over on the far side. Hunter just looks as if he's in heavy training right now, just doesn't have that same electric power, but he is going to take out the first 50 metres for the Harlequins team, 23.10.
0.84 of a difference. He was, his last few strides really just took him ahead. And
in a 50 metres, 0.8 of a second is a massive amount.
So Harlequins leading, Harlequins in 2nd place now, because who's that? Julian Weir for Aquanites has just zoomed away. He's given Bradley Ashby a massive advantage going into the 3rd leg.
Well, this is part of, you know, selecting your team as well. You can only swim so many individuals and so many relay events, and so you've got to give some team members that are not always your best team to a chance to swim.
And that's what we talked about before the program started, the depth of swimmers. You might have the big names there, but if you haven't got the depth and you don't constantly finish in too high placings, then you can lose it. But now we see Matt Hyde in the water, and we also see Jacob Garrett for Harlequins, and he's pushing, and also is William Campbell from Marcos. What a finish this is for 2nd and 3rd. They're right alongside the rope. They are in the wall together, Garrett and Campbell. Garrett ahead.
Now, did you notice that Campbell came right along beside the main rope? Now, he was trying to get the draft off Garrett, and what a smart move that was, and he did get that draft as well, and he was pulled along. Nearly got him, nearly rolled him. Not quite.
So Aquanites win it. An excellent last race for this first session.
Look at the power of the blocks. Just saw the blocks move off that start, particularly by Hunter. Boy, this is to be a surprise. Harlequins will be so disappointed losing the mantle over the senior men's 4x50 free relay.
That second 50 of Julian Weir was pretty impressive, wasn't it?
Very impressive.
Just gave them enough. Here it goes. Aquanites win the men's 4x50. Harlequins 2nd, Marcos 3rd, All Stars 4th, and that is the end of the first session here at the Zonal Championships. Well, we've had one session completed at the Zonal Championships here at the Sir Owen Glenn National Aquatic Centre in Auckland, and the swimmers get a slight chance to take a breather, and so do we, really. Oh, everyone's on their phones, that's good. But on the sideline, ready to do his big thing, is Ian Jones.
Thanks very much, John. We have a real treat in store for you now. It is our Legends Relay. There's going to be 8 teams swimming. It's a handicap relay race, 6 by 50 metres, and it's featuring some of our great New Zealand swimmers from the past, plus some Olympic medalists from Canada and Great Britain, plus 1 or 2 other notables making up the numbers. So without further ado, let's introduce the team starting in lane 1, and they are Lynx Modular. Mark Sanders is their skipper. Steve Ferguson is part of the team. Sarah Thomas is that team. Sarah, of course, winning silver and a bronze medal in the 84 games. Cameron Gibson is there, Brett Sanford and John Bridges. But Mark Sanders is their team skipper. We're raising money, Mark, of course, for scholarships for swimmers. You're a businessman. The importance of scholarship and money for our young swimmers.
Every dollar counts. You know, our swimmers, their costs for travelling overseas and the preparation of training and their training camps is just huge, and it's not getting any cheaper.
Okay, thanks very much. Now we have in lane 2, of course, Team Anne Duncan Real Estate. Lala Dunlop Barrett, Dylan Dunlop Barrett, Byron Reid is in that team. Annie McMillan is swimming. Joe Craddock is there, and Cameron Stanley, the team from lane 2. Now, not all are here. There's, I'll talk to Annie McMillan, of course, the new coach to North Shore Swimming. The importance of the relays, the zonal champs, for young swimmers who can mix it with our elite swimmers. Andy, what's the importance?
Oh, it's a great opportunity to see how the best in the country get by, and they're all striving to get there one day, so it's a good experience for them to see this and then see a few older swimmers do their thing. It's a good event, yeah. And
you didn't even shave down for it, of course, but you got a pretty slick team. Nor did you, Byron. You didn't shave down at all. Okay, in lane 3, we have Team Bray, Barrow family. Trent Bray is their skipper. Sandra Bray is there. Lee Barrow, Ian Barrow. Tim Bellman, I also see making the cut, and Davin Bray also part of it, but I'll talk to you, the skip, Trent, family team, family sport, which I guess is why we all get into this wonderful sport of swimming.
Yeah, well, it's, you know, I never thought I'd ever be swimming with my family in a relay, so it's for a great cause, and it's just good to have them all down here to see what we can do.
What's the message? You are the skip, but have you given the team talk or the prep, or does that come from the other way?
Well, I do have my mother here, so you know how the mother's going to tell me what to do, isn't she? So, but no, we're just down here to have a good time and see what we can do.
And of course, it is a handicap race. You're off go. 3 teams are off go, and that's one of your team. I'm going to call out Team Northern Arena now, lane 4, handicap race. They're on 20 seconds. Dean Kent, 3 times Olympian Dean Kent. Steve Kent also gone to the Olympics. John Catfield, Bobby Voss, Scotty Rice, and Samantha Lucy Smith, of course, all part of Team Northern Arena. But I will talk to Dean Kent about it because he wanted to get an interview question. Did it take much convincing, Dean, to throw your togs back on, your goggles and your cap?
No, not much at all. It's you know, for charity, and it's a really good cause for supporting our young swimmers up and coming. So we want them to get to where we got to and have those opportunities. So it was an easy choice. Now,
a lot of people in this room know your brother Steve. No cheating. You're on a handicap of 20 seconds. Okay, great sponsor in lane number 5. Team Pitapit is up next. Travis Mitchell, Adam Jackson, Daddy Morrison, Hugh Roberts, Tim Fitzsimmons, and Laura Quilter. Laura Quilter, of course, from the famous blog, swimming blog, Lane Lines. We need to talk about that and plug that.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I found a passion for riding lately, and my website's lanelinesnz.com, and I've had a lot of cool feedback from the States, swimmers over there, so it's great to find a passion outside the pool.
I tell you, most of these guys are ocean water swimmers. How are they going to go on the chlorine?
Fantastic. Look at them. They're awesome.
They're ready to go. Okay, good luck, boys. Okay, in lane number 6, we have Team Panasonic. Alex Bellman is their skipper. Marty McNeil, Ross Anderson, the boy from the north, Tony Bailiff, Anna Jackson, and Gary Herring. And Gary, we're going to talk to you because you're part of New Zealand swimming. You understand what it takes to go all the way to the Olympics and follow your dream. Money raised tonight for the young scholarship swimmers. How is it important from your point of view?
Oh, well, the Trust's a fantastic concept. The money that's raised for these younger swimmers is excellent. It helps them get offshore and have international competition and exposure to other countries, which is brilliant for our younger swimmers.
Alex, I'm going to grab you quickly. Of course, 2 times gold medalist at the 84 Olympics. Are you still the quickest bowman in your family?
That ship sailed a long time ago, I think about 8 years ago.
There's a lot of people out there nodding exactly. When the kids turn about 13, 14. Good luck. Okay, in lane 7, Team Galloway, of course, Moss Burmester, one of our great Olympians, of course, the 200 fly. Carl O'Dowd, Alana Jury, Michael Jack, Casey Glover and Samantha Hayes Stevenson, of course. You know what's about swimming too. We're talking about money tonight, Moss. When you were young and making your way from Tauranga up here to North Shore swimming, the funds that you got, the support you got from family, how important to make you go all the way to fulfill your dream?
It was a massive help because obviously being in New Zealand, you've got to get overseas to find the competition and race all the time, so you need the funds to be able to do that.
Okay, we're last team 2. It's an all-girls team +1. They are Team Absolute Insurance. Absolute Insurance, fantastic sponsors of New Zealand swimming. Liz Van Welly, Helen Leslie, Hannah McLean, Sarah Catherwood, Melissa Ingram, and the +1 is me. All girls plus me. All girls, are we going to smash it? Liz?
Yeah, we're going to smash it. We're here to support a good cause, so it's awesome to be here and be with our mates.
Part of that good cause, and one of the great sponsors, is Panasonic, of course. Girls love to shop. I'm not stereotyping anything, but on the Panasonic website, have you picked out anything that you might bid for?
Too right. I'm trying to get my husband to buy us the TV.
TV, because the swimming's on, of course. Super Rugby starting in a couple of weeks as well. Good luck. I better run down the other end and let's smash it. Okay, John, the Legends Relay about to get underway.
Wow, what a lineup. I mean, seeing the likes of Alex Baumann, we don't often have Olympic champions in swimming in this country. That he was a multiple Olympic champion in 1984.
And world record holder as well, we
Yeah.
shouldn't forget that. And all that he's done for New Zealand sport since taking over the high performance program in New Zealand sport.
And we talked about Moss up against Michael Phelps in Beijing when he finished 4th in the 200 fly final and just stunned everyone. And afterwards Phelps said, I looked across and thought, who is that out there in lane 8? New Zealand representative, only a matter of a year ago. That's Samantha Lucy Smith. And this man, well, he was a backstroker and became a freestyler and did exceptionally well. Cam Gibson.
Cam Gibson.
Yeah.
Gosh, he's tall too, isn't he? He's
yeah.
the old standard 6'7", 6'8".
So that's a strong team that Ian Jones is in, isn't he? We just see... oh,
that's typical of Carmo,
I know, yeah. So Helen Norfolk, as she was, in there. This is some big names of swimming. You know, Steve Ferguson, we've got Cam Gibson, we've heard from Andrew McMillan, Cameron Stanley, Trent Bray, of course, and Dean Kent and Stephen Kent. Laura Quilter in there. Baumann we've seen. Gary Hurring, always a favourite of mine, and see him quite a bit. Some of these guys are not young and they're still in very good nick, which is a positive thing about swimming. Mark, if you continue to swim, you keep in good shape, don't you? You can.
Technically, yeah. Yeah.
Yep. We're now just going to take you inside the changing room because Ian Jones is just getting out of his shorts and into his... No, we're not. No, he's just about ready. I presume he's going to swim last, is he? So this is the Legends Relay.
Great though, great. It's not only are they legends, but it's great to see them coming back and presenting here for a cause, and that's to raise money for the trust.
There they go. 6 swimmers to a team. As you heard when Ian Jones was saying, you know, you've got handicaps, some on 0 and some on 20 seconds. Moss Burmester just looking up here and grinning as if to say, oh, it's a while ago since I could stand on the blocks and actually look around and spot the commentators and wave. He hasn't done that for a long time. So
Alex Bowman
Van Welly in lane 8. Standing up. Moss Burmester in 7. That's Alex Bowman alongside him. Well, they'll be getting nervous now.
Do you reckon they'll get nervous?
No, I don't think so somehow.
Look at Liz Van Welly.
I was just going to say, Liz Van Welly was
just giggling away.
Yeah.
You know, it's great though, John. I must comment about Liz Van Welly. They're about to open a new facility that they're building right now. Due opening date in March, and I had a look at it a few months ago, and it looks fantastic. It's a 25-metre 8-lane pool, and then a learn-to-swim pool. It's a credit to them to go and get the investment out of Tauranga, and they're putting together both a learn-to-swim and a competitive program out of there. So Liz Van Welly, former New Zealand record holder in the 200 metres butterfly.
Yes, that stood for I don't know, a dozen years or so, didn't it? So they are on go. Then we have in the pink cap there, that's
Alex Bowman.
Alex Bowman.
God, look at the power of the guy. He's still got it, isn't he?
Yeah.
Form is temporary, class is permanent. But the styles have changed so much.
Yes. Well, Alex Bowman, who's 2 children, we tried in New Zealand to get them to swim for New Zealand. They're staying with Canada. And as he said, I gave up that mantle of being fastest in the family about 8 years ago. Well, you know, they are charging along well, aren't they? The two boys, his son and daughter, doing exceptionally well. So looking way over in lane number 1, that's Teams Links Modular, which includes Cameron Gibson. I think that's him just going in now.
Too short for Cameron Gibson.
Oh, I was going to say, yeah, not his style either. So they got off go. There were 4 teams off go, including Liz Van Welly down in lane number 8 for the Absolute Insurance team.
Well, I'm totally lost in
trying to pick them.
Yeah. But it is great. It is fantastic to see them all out there.
Well, we've got these teams have had sponsors. The swimmers themselves have gone out and raised money. Links Modular in lane 1 and Duncan Real Estate in lane 2. Swim T3, that's Trent Bray and his family there, and his mother there looking. So she's really going to enjoy this in lane 3. Northern Arena, Changing Lives. That's lane 4 with the Kent brothers and Sam Lucy Smith and Scotty Rice. Pitter Pit in lane number 5. That's got Tim Fitzsimmons and Laura Quilter, Travis Mitchell, their captain. Panasonic with Alex Bowman. We've seen him swim. Ross Anderson, Gary Hurring. And Galloway International Limited in lane 7 with Moss Burmester, who led off for his team. And the Absolute Insurance with Sarah Catherwood and Liz Van Welly and Hannah McLean and Melissa Ingram and so on in lane number 8.
Do you think there's a defib in the facility at all? I just hope so as a standby for some of these. Because, you know, doing it 50 metres actually is really, really hard.
Yeah.
This looks like John Gatfield in the middle of the pool in lane number 4. It looks as if it is. Who's in lane 4?
Yeah, that's Gatfield. Yeah, Gatfield and Stephen Kent, and is him. Yes, he wins it now. Up in lane number 1, that was Links Modular Solution.
But really, the round of applause is for all of these team members.
There's Gary Hurring down. There's John Gatfield there, who led that team home, the team Northern Arena.
And doing I should say too, doing a great job coaching these days up on the Coast Club.
Yeah.
Doing a really good job in the Coast Club.
I was looking to see how Melissa Ingram and Hannah McLean, how they were going. But it was a bit hard to keep track of everyone, as you could sense. But there we are, the winners of the Legends Relay. Team Northern Arena. The Team Northern Arena team included Dean Kent, John Gatfield, Scott Rice, Stephen Kent, Bob Voss, Samantha Lucy Smith. They had a handicap of 20 seconds, so that was pretty good for them to get through.
Well, it was a star-studded team, though.
Yeah, wasn't it, eh? No matter what age you are, when you've had that sort of experience, and you've got some younger people in there, like Stephen Kent and Samantha Lucy Smith, still you know, capable of swimming very competitively if they wanted to, and have done just recently. So they have managed to stand up and win this. That's the team Northern Arena winning the Legends Relay here at the Sir Owen Glenn National Aquatic Centre. We're going to have a chat. Ian Jones. Did we see Ian Jones swim? No.
Well, he's getting ready for Ironman in Taupo.
Yeah. But I didn't notice him in
March
the water.
the 4th, I think it is.
I hope we've got a replay of that, because we need to see Ian Jones hitting the water and swimming. Anyway, he's standing around with a microphone. He's just going over to catch John Gatfield and Samantha Lucy Smith and the team, because they will receive the trophy, the Legends Relay Trophy, for winning the Legends Relay here today.
Oh, you can all be in here.
A lot of fun.
Yep.
And they're all chatting about it. A lot of them were a bit reluctant to enter this, but now that they've done it, they've enjoyed it. Let's hear now from Ian Jones with the winning team.
Yeah, thanks very much, John. It's an absolute pleasure. Team Northern Arena, of course, a handicap race, 20-second head start they gave the rest of the field. But Dean, skipper, of course, congratulations. This is the Swimming New Zealand Legends Relay Cup for 2017, going on your trophy cabinet, my good sir.
Thank you very much. We're very honoured to receive this trophy. There was definitely no cheating involved, and we're just happy to be supporting our young swimmers.
Now, Dean, there's plenty of young swimmers out there here, also at the Aquatic Centre, never seen these speed suits before. Of course, Steve can't breathe in his. Was that the advantage, do you think?
Potentially. That, and I stacked my team heavily. And I was also involved in the handicapping process. So read into that what you will. But the winners are grinners, and cheers to Northern Arena.
That's what we got at the end of the day. Winners are grinners. Congratulations, team Northern Arena.
Yes, well done. And it's good to see so many ex-swimmers still looking good, still capable in the water, still supporting swimming in this country. Samantha Lucy Smith there, and John Gatfield, Dean Kent on the right, Stephen Kent on the left. They have won the Legends Relay. More from the Zonal Championships to come. We've had the first session of this, the 4th Zonal Championships here at the Sir Owen Glenn National Aquatic Centre in Auckland. We've seen some of the top young swimmers, under 15 years of age. We've seen a lot of the top senior swimmers, and they have provided us with some enormously exciting swimming today. We've seen some of the Australians. There are 4 Aussies here, and my word, have they shown us a thing or two throughout this first session. A lot of these swimmers are in training, in deep training, getting ready for the National Championships in a few weeks' time. But, gosh, they've shown that this competition is bringing the best out in them. A lot of the young swimmers here we haven't seen before, and we're going to see a lot more of them. It's encouraging, and it's rewarding for all the training that they do. Some of these swimmers, the teams have said, let's play the joker and get double points because we think we will win this race. And that's worked out for all those who've thrown the joker during the first session. The best New Zealand swimmers have looked good, even if they haven't shaved down or cut their hair in a long time. But this is all part of the training for them, the regime that will take them through to national championships, on to international competition, and possibly through to next year, and the pinnacle being the Commonwealth Games. The Zonal Championships, the 4th of them, is about to continue here in Auckland. The overall points after that first session, the Harlequins, which is the team from Northland, Auckland and Counties Manukau, they're leading with 467 points, but very tight between Aqua Knights, All Stars and Marcos for that second placing. That's the junior points progress. Harlequins also leading and have a big margin over Marcos, who are just 30 points ahead of Aqua Knights when it comes to the senior competition. Harlequins leading in both the junior and senior. The second half of this competition could see that all change. So the scene is set. We've had the Legends relay. The audience is keen. They've enjoyed it so far. There's more to come here from the New Zealand Zonal Championships in Auckland. So some of the swimmers who've represented New Zealand receiving their certificates here today, and there were 4 of them, and that's a proud moment for them. So looking at the second session tonight, we start with the 100 free, 200 IM, 400 free and 100 butterfly. So that's the first lot of swimming. That'll be fast and furious and exciting. And then we get into a breaststroke, backstroke, the 50 free, the sprint, and then everyone's involved in the flying squadron relay for both junior and senior. So the swimmers getting ready for the first of our second session races, 100 metres freestyle for junior women. And just going back to those swimmers who received their trophy certificates, Stephen Ferguson, Hannah McLean, Liz Van Welly and Byron Reid. Byron Reid representing New Zealand in 1990 at the Commonwealth Games. And the other 3 all going to Olympics, Ferguson, McLean and Van Welly. Here we go. The swimmers have had a slight breather. It's been a hard night for them, hard session. Some of them swimming multiple events. Junior women, 100 freestyle. Throughout the competition, we've seen some really good last leg swimming by the swimmer in lane 3, Chelsea Edwards, representing All Stars, and her start is pretty good, and she's wearing the pink hat. I think they've played the joker in this one, the All Stars. They think Chelsea Edwards will win it.
The joker, and you're allowed to play a joker for 1 junior woman, 1 junior man, 1 senior woman and 1 senior man. And so they're playing the joker in this junior woman's 100 metres freestyle. She turns at the 50-metre mark with a 28.17, and she is out in front.
Just ahead of Maddie Falconer of Harlequins, and Loa, who's also from All Stars, in 3rd place. So now, where's that pink cap? It's still out in front, up in lane number 3. That's Chelsea Edwards, looking very smooth. She's a very strong swimmer, and she's making no race of this at the moment. A good body length ahead of Maddie Falconer of Harlequins, and it will be Edwards getting double points for All Stars. In 2nd place, Maddie Falconer of Harlequins, and in 3rd, it's Bianca Donnelly of Aqua Knights. So a good start there for the All Stars team in the second session of the Zonal Championships.
52 points, it's pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah. It's just where did Sarah Loa finish? She was in 5th place, I think. So that gives Harlequins, yes, in 5th place, Sarah Loa of All Stars. So a good haul in the first race for All Stars.
Lane 2, Gabrielle Harlequins. Lane 3,
now to the senior women over 16, and this will see Gabriella Farmasili from Harlequins in lane number 17. Hannah Bates from Marcos is in 1, Claudia Ashby and Rebecca Moynihan from All Stars, who's off to the States on a scholarship later this year.
It looks as if she's got the joker cap as well.
Yeah. So All Stars throwing everything into it. But even if they don't get first, but as you've said, they need to capitalise on it properly. They still get double points no matter where they are. But at the moment, Farmasili, as you'd expect, gets out very quickly. Coming across to Karina Doyle of Harlequins. In between them is Moynihan of All Stars. This is a senior women's 100 metres.
Well, the All Stars playing all catch up at the moment, and so they're throwing it out there, putting 2 joker caps out straight away. And it is Moynihan, she's in 2nd position, only 0.23 of a second behind Doyle in lane number 6 from the Harlequins has taken out the first 50 metres. Bit of a surprise. Fahamasili, I would have thought, would be right up there.
Well, maybe we're seeing a different tactic from Fahamasili, not so blisteringly out over the first 50 and now coming home strongly. She might even get up for second place. It's Karina Doyle. Karina Doyle from Harlequins. They're looking for double points through Moynihan. Can she get up for second, and does so? Fahamasili is third for Harlequins. So 1 and 3 for Harlequins. All Stars get double points for second.
Close breakout, beautiful breakout by all of those swimmers. Great shot in slow motion. But it is Doyle that takes out the senior women's 100 metres freestyle. Not the best of finishes, just got to get onto the side body position a little bit better than that. But Doyle, the time of 57.28, a full second advantage over Moynihan and Fahamasili in third.
It's our second event of the second session. Still with the 100 metres. This is the men's 15 and under. So junior men.
Now the joker.
Yeah.
All the jokers are coming out.
That's in lane 3. So that's Tyrone Henry of Harlequins.
He's had a good meet. He's looked impressive, hasn't he, every time we've seen him swim.
I just want to watch that start of his. Pretty good this time. I thought previously he was just a bit slower. That's very good, isn't it? When you see him emerge with a good quarter of a body length, even more, and now extending it. That's very good start.
Yeah, it was a great start. Probably a little bit slow in his breakout. He's got to work on that, but it was still good enough versus the rest of the field. He's so powerful, so electric as he goes down. Look at those beautiful vlog feet that he's got. Of course, a sign of a good swimmer, the bigger the feet, the better it is going to be. You just need that back-end acceleration.
He turns well ahead of the rest. It's a very good start from him. 15-year-old from Pakuranga, making an impact here today and holding on well. Good form in lane 3 in the pink cap. Double points coming the way of Harlequins. Lanes 5 and 6, that's Atakura Julian and Jacob Blomfield of All Stars and Marcos. Blomfield gets it in second place ahead of Julian.
That's a really good swim of Tyrone Henry from the Harlequins. 53.42, that's a personal best time for him.
Oh, Sean Gibbs, also from Harlequins, he was 4th, so that's big points coming out. That was easy for Tyrone Henry. Yes, see, Harlequins 1st and 4th. Marcos, All Stars 2nd and 3rd. Not getting big double up down in the bottom of the table. And Nick Brown from Australia is in this race. He's swimming in lane 6 for the All Stars. But also there is Daniel Hunter in lane 4. Julian Ware, who swam very well in that relay, in lane 5.
Daniel Hunter in lane number 4, New Zealand record holder in the 100 metres freestyle. Swam so well at the World Short Course Championships.
Julian Ware, Aquanites on his left in the green cap. Also looking good in lane 7 is Michael Finlay of Marcos.
Christopher McFadden as well in lane number 3, but it is Hunter that takes us through the first 50 metres in 25.38.
Dan Caldwell of Aquanites turned in second place.
Well, Julian Ware had a fantastic turn. Really made it a big in-game against Hunter in lane number 4. Hunter breathing to his right just upping the tempo a little bit and using his experience.
Now it's going to be Hunter. Hunter with Ware alongside, and also Nick Brown of All Stars. Up at the top, Caldwell may well have got 4th place. But there he is, Daniel Hunter.
So you can see the breakout there of Hunter. Shoulders come out there pretty even. as they go into the halfway stage, the turn, and here's the finish. 100 just increased the pace a little bit.
Hunter, 52.34. Weir, Brown, Caldwell. So Harlequins getting first and seventh. Aquanites getting the best out of that, second and fourth through Weir and Caldwell. Next race, junior women, 200 individual medley. Heaton down here in lane number 8. Nicole Heaton from Marcos. Chelsea Parker. Gina McCarthy. Ivania Howe. Erica Fairweather. Sarah Lower is in lane 3. Sarah Miller in 2. Annabelle McLaren in 1. Individual medley. This will be interesting to see the strengths of these younger swimmers. And individual medley, it's a swim which people develop into, isn't it? It's you know, mature sort of athletes tend to hit their peaks.
Well, to be fair too, you know, during the junior ranks, we want, as a coach, you want to have your swimmers swimming medleys, because you don't know how their body's going to change and develop over time. And if they're swimming medleys, they're swimming all 4 strokes, and they're getting a lot more muscle balance than what they will if they specialise too early. And I think as any other coaches out there, it's imperative that they do teach a lot of medley swimming with their younger swimmers, and swimmers out there should be watching this and go, hey, I need to actually start training a little bit more across all strokes while I'm younger and develop them.
So the Harlequins team, Annabelle McLaren, she's 15-year-old from Parnell, and also there in lane 5, Tavania Howe, and she's 14 years of age from Pukekohe. Interesting tactics here. We can see 2 pink caps out there. Mark.
McCarthy looks really good. She's just competent from the Aquanites. First at the national age groups in the 100 and 200 breaststroke, and you can see why now over the third 50 of this 200 medley. She's a very good breaststroker, also a very good 400 IM and an 800 freestyler, so obviously a very good training background. Gina McCarthy, the 14-year-old from the Hillcrest Club.
And also swimming for them is Sarah Miller of St Paul's Club. And those are the 2 Aquanite swimmers. Erica Fairweather and Nicole Heaton are the 2 Marcos. And Chelsea Parker and Sarah Lower representing All Stars. And here we have the junior women 200 metres individual medley. Very good swim from Gina McCarthy of Aquanites. And in second place, so they did it well, Erica Fairweather from Marcos, both looking to play the joker in this race.
Well, Fairweather's only 13 years of age as well from the Marcos.
Right. So she's from Neptune. And Nicole Heaton also from Neptune. So 2 youngsters coming out of that Neptune club in Dunedin and fronting up very well.
Event 223, the senior women's 200 metres individual medley. In lane 1,
Gina McCarthy, Erica Fairweather, Tavania Howe. So Aquanites, that's good. They played the joker and got first and fourth out of it. Marcos also finishing in second place. Emily Seabohm of Australia, she'll line up in lane 3. She has got a joker's cap on for her team, the Aquanites. Annabelle Patterson will swim on her right in lane 2. Here she is, this fantastic Australian Olympic, multiple Olympic medals.
Yeah, 2 golds at the Olympic Games, 3 silver, both of the golds on relays. John, at the London Olympics, Emily Seebohm, she was in the semi-final of the 100 metres backstroke where she broke the world record, came to the final and got pipped, had to settle in for second, still held the world record. But massive disappointment.
Oh, she was shattered.
Yeah, she was.
As you would imagine. So it's those setbacks, of course, that test you severely.
Yep, what would you rather have, the world record or the gold medal at the Olympics?
That's right, yeah. You keep the Olympic medal, don't you, the Olympic gold, but the record's going to be broken at some stage. So she turns first into the backstroke now.
Oh, this is
clearly first. Yeonsu Lee is going well in lane 6.
Oh, she's a great medley swimmer, Yeonsu Lee. In fact, a great swimmer, full stop, and very versatile.
There she is, looking good. That's Emily Seebohm. We can also see Annabelle Patterson in the white cap. And, oh, she's made big moves now. Seebohm in the backstroke, looking so cool.
Oh, she's a beautiful backstroke, former world record holder, as we've seen in the 100 metres backstroke. You know, you've got to remember too that she's just had her wisdom teeth out and she's been off training as a result of it. Really desperately needed to have them done last year before the Olympics, but of course in your final preparations of the Olympic Games, you do not do that.
So here's our leader. Here's our leader now, and you can see that big advantage she has over the rest as she comes up to the wall for the final 50. This is Emily Seebohm of Australia representing the Aqua Knights. She's in lane 3. Jess Igo of All Stars in the black cap. Yeonsu Lee of Harlequins in the white. So Jess Igo has come up well over the last couple of laps, particularly the breaststroke. But Seebohm has it all her own way.
I'm surprised they didn't use a joker on her.
That's a bright green cap.
Oh, it is too. I'm sorry. Apologies.
So
yes, it is
they
the
did.
joker.
Yeah, they made the most of that one. So Seebohm wins it and gets double points for her Aqua Knights team. The team that is comprised of Waikato, Bay of Plenty, Hawke's Bay, Poverty Bay, and across to Taranaki. That's that central region team. They call themselves the Aqua Knights, and picked a good one here, an Australian champion, Emily Seebohm.
Just beautiful backstroke by Seebohm. Good turn, getting that breath. Continuously moving their body forward, and then nice freestyle into the wall. So the joker, 52 points for Seebohm.
Yep.
Yeonsu Lee in second, Igo in third from All Stars.
Overhand finishing 5th place too for Aqua Knights, so good points for them. The jokers being played early. And again, we see, I think that's a pink cap coming out of lane 4. Yep, it is. So that's Josh Gilbert, Aqua Knights. Pule Pule of All Stars in 5. Sands of Marcos in 6. Poaching Kawi down here. This is the junior men's 200 individual medley. Varying degrees of start. A little bit slow, Samuel Poaching, but quickly makes it up in lane number 7. But we're watching out in the middle there with Josh Gilbert in lane 4. Patrick McGill of Harlequins.
Well, Gilbert just swimming a nice relaxed butterfly. He's a beautiful breaststroke, and you'll expect to see him make a big impact in the third 50 metres over that 50 breaststroke. But he's doing enough over the first 50, turning, you know, equal first, and there's just nothing that separates them with a 29.43 from McGill in lane number 3. But as you can see on the scoreboard there, just nothing that separates them.
Patrick McGill in the white, Josh Gilbert in the pink cap. They are the two leading at the moment. Coming towards the halfway stage, the men's 200 metres individual medley.
Bit of a bounce there by McGill, as you can see, as he does his backstroke. Gilbert just a little bit more relaxed. I'd like to see him lie back a little bit more. Have a look at the turns. The one doing the flip turn, the other doing conventional touch and turn. But again, this is now where Gilbert should start to make a real impact. He is a breaststroker, and he's a breaststroke of talent and class.
Well, off the turn, Yeah, they touched together, didn't they?
They did.
And he came out well in front, or a good advantage. And now he stretches that. Josh Gilbert, Patrick McGill, they are first and second. Long way back to third, and that's in lane 6, Jack Sands of Marcos.
Gee, just look how much of a lead he's got after this third 50 metres.
Again, we're just saying, you know, these boys are 14 and 15 years of age. There's a lot of developing to go, but it's that learning the techniques, getting that right initially, and then the rest follows.
Absolutely.
Josh Gilbert was in that New Zealand age team that went to Australia last year. Some swimmers look effortless and others look to be straining. And Gilbert looks effortless at the moment.
Yeah, McGill's straining, but he's just coming back. He's real tough.
Yeah, isn't he?
He's fighting it. Just not the same finesse, though, is it?
No.
But tough.
Gilbert, McGill, that's first and second. Gilbert from Aquanites, McGill from Harlequins, Sands from Marcos. Another fine swim by this young man. And he's in third place.
So there's just a little bit of a bounce there by McGill. Nice breaststroke, nice shot there.
There's the result. Aquanites through Josh Gilbert. Impressive at 2:16.17, 2:16.78 for Patrick McGill. Jack Sands of Marcos and Joel Nichols of Marcos. Good result for them, third and fourth. Senior men. Bradley Ashby in 5. Willie Coetzee in 4. Matthew Phillips of Marcos in lane 3.
So Bradley Ashby, the Olympian, is the New Zealand record holder in this 200 individual medley, a record of 159.76.
Phillips is from Wharanui. He's swimming out of lane 3 and gets a very good start.
Oh, excellent start. Bradley Ashby, a very competent butterflyer. In fact, he's competent in all 4 strokes. And so he should be a beastly New Zealand record holder in the 200 individual medley. So he touches first with a time of 26.83. A fairly relaxed 26.83 as well. But what a beautiful turn.
Yes.
Under the water, and he's just driven out of it extremely well. Good stroke rating too by Ashby. You can tell that he's in just a bit of heavy training. Your hips are a little bit lower than normal. The chest is a little bit lower than normal. Normally, when you see him in at his peak and when he's fresh and tapered, he's just that much higher in the water and just, I guess, lying back a little bit better as well. Just coming in, dropping his legs a little bit, doing the flip turn, dolphin kick into the breaststroke.
That was a really good comparison, wasn't it, between the two styles of Coetzee and Ashby. Now into the breaststroke. Ashby just takes it in his stride.
Yeah, beautiful arm action in Ashby in this breaststroke. Quite a sharp, narrow kick, but he complements his arm action extremely well. And again, just dominating over the breaststroke leg. And if you want to be a really good medley swimmer, this is the leg you've got to push it along extremely hard. You've got to work on your breaststroke leg, and Ashby has done that extremely well. 134. Hopefully he'd come back in a 29 over the last 50 metres.
Ashby, Coetzee has drifted off to maybe in third place now. As
Andrew Trembath from Marcos,
yeah. Very good. And he's come home strongly, so the breaststroke suited him, and the freestyle certainly does. So Trembath will come in for second place for Marcos. And Coetzee for Harlequins in third place. So that means it's Aquanites, Marcos and Harlequins. So we showed you the progress points at the halfway stage after the first session. And as we've seen, teams have been playing their joker, getting double points. So there'll be some dramatic changes, I think, in the order and the points, of course, in both sections, the junior and senior. Bradley Ashby winning the senior men's 200 IM. 2:03.73. That's Ashby's time. They played the joker, so he gets 52 points, and Maxwell Stubbs adds to that with his 4 for finishing in 8th place. Harlequins are 3rd and 4th. 400 metres now. This is a mix, senior and junior. Samantha Martin is up there in lane number 1. She's from the Harlequins zone. Caitlin Souza of Aquanites. Paris Cutler swims in lane 3 from All Stars. Caitlin Deans is in lane 4, and she's from Marcos. Next to her, Hayley McIntosh of Harlequins. Claudia Ashby of Aquanites. Then Alicia Mitchell of All Stars, and Piper Riley of Marcos. This is Riley just down the bottom here. In lane 8, and McIntosh turns first. Cutler and Deans, they follow. 400 freestyle.
Yeah, a lot of tactics that go on over the 400 metres freestyle. You can go out really hard over the first 100 and blow up. I guess you can do that in almost any event, but in a 400, it's a very much a tactical race. It's knowing when to go, when to start using your legs. And in fact, if you have a look at Ledecky, who holds the world record, she does a 2-big kick almost the whole way through this 400 metres freestyle. As I must say, another former American who held the world record, Janet Evans, did the same back in the 90s. Interesting, we talk about the World Masters Games. Janet Evans, who was just an absolute legend of the sport of swimming, held every world record in the 200, 400, 800 and 1500 metres freestyle, and multiple Olympic champion, is coming over to the World Masters as well. So that's a real coup to bring over people like that. But she's just one of many.
Yep, yeah, it's going to be massive, those World Masters Games, which are not just swimming, as you know. It's about all sports, but it's just fantastic, the number of people who are coming out here. We've had some great ambassadors out doing work, and we mentioned Anthony Moss before. He's been working really diligently. I saw him in Rio at the Olympics. He was spreading the word and getting people to say, yes, I'm going to come to the Masters Games in New Zealand.
Oh, they're going to be fantastic, and they're all sports, but you don't have to go as an individual. That's the great thing too. Yeah. There's team events. So, you know, the likes of, well, there's not only pool swimming, but there's open water swimming as well. A lot of the swimmers are going in teams events for triathlon and doing the swim leg in a triathlon and getting a taste of a triathlon as well, along with doing some other disciplines. I mean, Peter Snell, for goodness sake, is coming over as well. And I'm just trying to think what sport he's going to play. I did get told, and I just can't recall what it is.
He's not going to play tennis, is he? Because he was a good tennis player. And
it's definitely not tennis.
Golf?
And of course, he's done a lot of orienteering.
Someone's telling us table tennis.
Gosh, I can't remember, but I know he's coming over, and I know he's definitely doing a sport that he doesn't normally do.
That's what you find is a lot of ex-sports people from a particular sport just sort of say, no, I'm not going to do my sport. I want to do something else.
Because it's hard, because they're naturally competitive as well. Yeah. You know, and it's hard to take that competitiveness out of them. But at the same time, as Anthony Moss kept telling me, it's all about participation. Yeah. And if there's a message that he wants to sell about the World Masters Games, is that it is participation. Come along and try out events.
And I don't know whether New Zealand appreciates how big this is going to be as we watch lane 5, Hayley McIntosh continuing to lead in the women's 400 metres freestyle. In second place in lane 4, that's Caitlin Deans, and Paris Cutler looking set to have a crack at Deans. Paris Cutler from All Stars, Deans from Marcos. Claudia Ashby in 4th place. So the front 3 there. McIntosh very comfortable, and she's been impressive. If we were to talk about impressive swimmers here, she'd be one of them.
Oh, most definitely. I've enjoyed watching every one of her swims, and just the tenacity of her as well, that all of her swims, she's been tough. She's gone for it in every occasion. Yep. She hasn't held back. You know, and there's no need to go out there and blast this away, because this is a massive victory.
Well, look at that too.
It's 20 metres.
The fight for second and third, as I said, Cutler was looking set to attack Deans as we watch McIntosh just belting it into the wall. Turns around and looks at this fierce struggle between Cutler and Deans. And Cutler is going to sneak up ahead of Deans and get that second place. So in second place from All Stars Paris Cutler, third Marco's Caitlin Deans, and in fourth place we've just seen in front of us Claudia Ashby.
Here, Hayley McIntosh from the North Wave Club up in Whangarei. They've constantly produced a lot of swimmers up there.
Yeah.
They've done a really good job. Monica Cooper has been a coach up there for a long, long time and has always done a stellar of a job.
That's right, because we're thinking about Harlequins, we think about Auckland all the time, but it is Northland and Auckland and counties Manukau. And they get another good win there as we see who finished in 7th place, Samantha Martin. So Harlequins first and 7th. They're lining up already. This is non-stop action. The 4th Zonal Swim Championships here at the National Aquatic Centre in Auckland. Jacob Blomfield is playing the joker for his team. That's Sir Marco. So too is Bronson Lloyd down here in lane 8. Lewis Clarebird of All Stars. He'll be one to beat here. Matt Hyde of Aquanites in lane 3 as well.
Oh,
his start is good.
Michael Mitchum in lane 6, yeah, great start. We saw a great start from him in the 800 metres freestyle, John. So his 3 individual events, he picked the 800 free, he's picking the 400 metres freestyle, and he should be just a little bit too experienced for the rest of this field. Of course, there are points here for both the seniors and the juniors as they finish in order, and that will need to be calculated out as well. So you've got a joker there in lane number 8, but that is a joker for the juniors.
Yes, yeah, and also in lane 1 for juniors, I think.
That's correct.
Yeah. So
really, it's a competition here between lane, in terms of the jokers and the juniors, between lane 1, 2, 7, and 8, and they're really neck and neck.
Yeah, yes. So as we look out, it's Michael Mincham, another of those that we'll talk about as being impressive here tonight. And this 4 hours of non-stop swimming. So Mincham leads, Lewis Clarebird.
So you just see a contrasting style. I don't know if you can remember back to Michael Mincham just employing a bit more of a kick here in the 400 versus what he did in the 800 metres freestyle. So the 4 swimmers in lanes 3, 4, 5 and 6 are all of the senior ranks, and the outside lanes 1, 2, 7 and 8 are the junior ranks. And it is the 2 joker swimmers in lane 1 and lane 8 that are dominating the juniors. That's Jacob Bloomfield in lane number 1 from Marco's, and in lane number 8 Bronson Lloyd from the All Stars, the 14-year-old.
Down in lane 6, Michael Mincham. Lewis Clarebird looking really smooth. He comes in and touches second at the wall. It looks like Clarebird is just setting Mincham as a target. He's breathing to his left. You can see Mincham, who's also breathing away to the left from Clarebird.
Clarebird looks lovely. He looks relaxed in the water. He just doesn't seem to be expending a lot of energy. Mincham just seems a little bit less in control right now. It's going to be interesting as he turns, because Mitchum is breathing to his left-hand side. So as he turns, he'll be now being able to look across the pool, and he'll suddenly see Clarebird right there on his shoulder. Mitchum's still slightly in front by the smallest of margins, half a second. You notice that immediately Clarebird has breathed to his left-hand side so that he can keep an eye on where Mitchum is. So we saw him going down the 50 before, breathing to his right. Now to his left-hand side. Now he is breathing to his right as he's come back.
This is a good finish. Clarebird might have judged this for perfection. He comes right up alongside Mincham. 400 freestyle. The 2 of them are together, and now you look at that breathing as Mark and I've talked about. It is Clarebird looking to his left, straight at Mincham, but underneath that water, that peripheral vision is such that Mincham will know where Clarebird is, and if he is aware of it. He'll see that Claire Bird has started to take control.
Well,
he's moved away by a good body length.
Yeah, Clebert looks good breathing to his left-hand side as well, and he's made a surge, and that surge is quite significant now because he's taken a 1.3 second advantage over Mitchum. But Mitchum is a fantastic finisher, and look at Mitchum now bringing in a 6-speed kick, but so is Clebert.
Yep.
Clebert employing a 6-speed again. Clebert just keeping a breathing pattern to his right-hand side. He knows where Mitchum is. Mitchum is coming at him.
Here we go with 10 metres left. This men's 400 metres freestyle, and Lewis Clerbert of All Stars has judged this very well indeed. He's pipped Michael Minchin of Harlequins in an impressive display here. The thumbs up from Clerbert to Minchin. And in third place, Matt Hyde of Aquanites. And now we're watching for the pink hat up in the far lane. That's lane 1. It's Jacob Blomfield of Marcos. And so he wins it amongst the juniors to get double points for his team, the Marcos.
So a shot there of one of our jokers, but this is Michael Minchin in the earlier stages where he was in front. But it was Lewis Clerbert that from the Capital Club in Wellington that takes out the men's 400 metres freestyle.
Well, some really good races. Clerbert wins it.
Gosh, look at Mitchum come back though, 0.6 of a second, 1.3 with 50 to go, and only 0.6.
Well, and as you mentioned, Clerbert changed the direction of his breathing so he could keep the watch on Mitchum all the way. Now we move on to the 100 butterfly. World record, incidentally, is 55.48. It's held by Sarah Sjostrom. Jessica Schipper holds the Commonwealth record. Helena Gasson, the New Zealand record of 58.51. Gasson will be in the next race. These are the juniors. 100 butterfly as we rock through the second session of the Zonal Swim Championships in Auckland. Very even start. Kiana Swain of Harlequins in lane 3.
Well,
she's prominent.
She's been another dominant swimmer and a very impressive swimmer. A great 200 butterfly earlier on, and now she has to employ this into the 100 metres butterfly. Looks
Gina,
good speed though, doesn't she, as she's going down the first 50 metres.
Gina Galloway also down here in lane 7. Turns in second place. And third was Georgia Moore of All Stars up at the top in lane 1.
So Swain, 30.06 over the first 50 metres. Holds a best time of 1:03. I like the way Gina Galloway is going from the Harlequins team as well in lane number 7. But Swain, just small, she's petite. But gosh, she's holding her fly together. No breathing from the flags into the wall. Good job.
Very good swim. Galloway also impressive. So the Harlequin swimmers first and second, Kiana Swain and Gina Galloway. And in third place was Moore from All Stars, Georgia Moore. That's the junior women.
Pretty even start. You've noticed some of them go a lot deeper than others, and of course this is one of the deeper pools in New Zealand swimming. Or pools, 50-metre pools around New Zealand. So a lot of the swimmers won't experience or have the opportunity of practicing going a little bit deeper. The pools at the Olympic Games, 3 metres deep. This is only a 2-metre deep pool.
You see the way they all finished in that result there? The teams, swimmers finishing one behind each other. Harlequins, All Stars, Marcos, Aquanites.
You like that order, don't you? Or order, I should say.
Yeah. Now the senior women. This is where Gasson will front up in lane 4 for Harlequins.
Well, she is the New Zealand record holder in the 100 metres butterfly, as she is in the 200. But she's looked good.
Yep. Yeonsu Lee in lane 8, the other Harlequin swimmer. This is the senior women's 100 butterfly. Looking there in lane 4, Gasson, extremely good off the start. She's swimming alongside Uberhund in lane 5 from Aquanites and Ruby Heath of All Stars in lane 6. But my word, Gasson, this is not quite 50 metres gone, and she looks very impressive. Of course, never write off the woman down here in lane 8 who we just see now, Yeonsu Lee.
Yeah, this is Yeonsu's last event, and gosh, she's tough. And she's got a beautiful butterfly, and she's going with Gasson. Gasson is always so experienced. I'd like to see Gasson just lean forward on the front of her stroke just that little bit more. I think that she could get her body position a little bit more streamlined. But Yeonsu Lee just has one tough cookie in lane number 8 here. Just outside the picture, we see a little bit of a splash on the screen, but it is Gasson that's going to take out the 100 butterfly in 1:00.17. It's not a bad swim, not a bad time. But she was so close to going under that 1 minute mark.
Yeah, that would have been great for this time of the year. Training heading in towards nationals. So Gasson, Yeonsu Lee, Harlequins 1 and 2. That's a beaut shot of how streamlined the swimmer is. Hand over hand, entering the water.
So there's the shot just to the head, a little bit high with Gasson. Just needs to keep it down even on the finish as well. Probably could have gone under the minute. A lot of these swimmers are now with the High Performance Centre up here in Auckland training in this pool with Jerry, and who's come over from the States, and they seem to be really enjoying his involvement in the program.
That's great.
Responding extremely well, so that's a positive.
.100 fly, junior men. Get the whistle and move to the blocks. Take their marks. You get the sound which indicates it's time to go, and they all go well. Staying down a long time. In lane 4 was Daniel Strang of Marco's. He's in the centre of the pool, but just John, slightly off the pace.
Yeah, notice he stayed down a long time, but it didn't do him any advantage at all, because it is in lane number 5, George Smith from the Harlequins team, the 15-year-old, going very well over the first 50 metres. You can go underwater and you can go in and stay under there for a long time, up to 15 metres, but unless you're electric under the water, there is absolutely no advantage in that at all. But it's, again, it's a finesse aspect, and you have to train it. And the Americans train it over and over and over, particularly in their intercollegiate program, or the collegiate program where they swim short course yards, 25 yards, and their turns, you know, and you can testify to this, they are the best in the world at the Olympic Games.
100 metres butterfly for junior men. Up in lane 1, Shibuya, very close between he and George Smith.
But it is Shibuya.
Julian, Atakura Julian of All Stars, is in 3rd place. Just looking across at each other, and they're all checking the board to make sure who won, who got it first. It was a Harlequins 1st and 2nd. Shibuya and Smith 1 and 2. Harlequins 1st and 2nd. All Stars Julian gets 3rd place, and this is the men's under 15 100 fly. The seniors will be just about on the blocks. There they go. Last to go into position is Jeremy Tasker in lane 5, just adjusting the block. So Matthew Phillips from Marco's, Joshua Asplin, Lachlan O'Connor, Nick Brown in lane 4, the Australian Tasker, Willie Kutsia, Boone Monda in 7, and George Dorrington in 8.
So Nicholas Brown pulling out the Joker cap, the Australian that's over here representing the All Stars team. So they're playing the Joker. Beautiful underwater shot there of Brown, working his underwater very effectively.
And he hasn't hit the lead yet, but he's close to it. On his left is Tasker, who won't give up much. On the other side is Lachlan O'Connor of Aquanites.
Well, Coetzee will be right there as well.
He is. He might even touch first. He does. Lane 6, Coetzee.
Tasker only 0.2 behind. Brown 0.39, almost 0.4 of a second. Coetzee now just starting to push ahead, but with 25 metres to go. Look how Brown suddenly just increased the stroke rate. Look at the fluency. Look how high his hips are coming up. So he's getting maximum out of his leg drive, and that's what's going to win this race.
Look at those hips. Just absolutely clear of the water almost. That's a great style from Brown. He needed that over 25 metres and pulled it out easily to beat off Coetzee and Tasker. Wow, that was a great indication of what you were talking about, Mark, about getting the hips out of the water. He did it superbly.
Yeah, he's talented. You can see that, and that's why he's over here, I guess.
Watch there.
But you can see how far he is behind. Coetzee went early. 0.3 at the halfway stage, but gee, look at the advantage at the end. Hips were so high, just driving into the wall. Beautiful finish.
Great swim by Nick Brown, 55.32. That's the men 16 and over, 100 fly. Well, we've seen the Joker cap used quite a bit in the second session. It's kept the Harlequins in front, but the Equinites have pulled up to, it's within 100 points. That's a pretty big lead by the Harlequins. All-Stars second, just ahead of Marcos. What's happened in the seniors? Well, it's still Harlequins, but it has changed again amongst the rest. Equinites, Marcos and All-Stars in that order. At stake is the chance to boast that you are the best zone in the country of the four. 200 breaststroke now, women. This is junior. Looking there at Gina McCarthy. Milne is up there in 1. Wilson in 2. Brianna Crawford from Harlequins in 3. Then McCarthy. Borlace of All-Stars in 5. Wagenburg of Marcos. Jasmine Ansverson of Harlequins, and Eleanor Gilbert of Equinites.
Julia Borlace had a shocking start off the wall and in her underwater. Nice long breaststroke here in lane number 3. Brianna Crawford from the Harlequins team, 14-year-old. Is it the Australian state age team? Also swimming very well was Gina McCarthy in lane number 4. Gee, what a bad start Julia Borlace had, but she's right up there now in second position. She was way behind off the start. Again, not the greatest turn. She's, you know, almost gone from second back into third, but then swims very well. But look at the extension that we see in lane number 3, Brianna Crawford. She's doing way less strokes than any other swimmer. And this is something you want to try and practice in a 200 metres breaststroke, is to get as much out of your legs and arms that you possibly can. So if you look at the stroke rate in the wider shot there, you'll see that Brianna is just doing way less number of strokes, and therefore she's conserving energy. But there's got to be a point too where you actually have to wind that up, and I hope that she has the ability to wind it up later on if she gets under pressure.
Good battle there for third between Milne in lane 1, McCarthy in 4, and Wagenburg of Marcos in 6. I have to check the pronunciation of that. I hadn't seen that one before. Well, I saw it earlier tonight, but sometimes you just take a guess, and the parents are probably saying, for goodness sake, get it right. But anyway, that's great swimming. We're getting a good example of how these youngsters can do this breaststroke. Brianna Crawford.
Gosh, I would suggest, you know, Brianna Crawford must be doing at least 10 strokes less than the swimmer in lane number 5, who's in second position, Julia Borlace. Now, you multiply that by 4 lengths. I mean, I haven't done the calculation, but it would be roughly about 10 strokes less. That's 40-odd strokes less over the 200 metres.
Borlace, McCarthy, Milne. That's the top 4. Milne up at the top right, up at the top of the screen, and lane 1 just out of the shot. Hanging in there alongside Borlace, McCarthy, but Crawford looking very, very good. Every inch a winner here, Brianna Crawford, 14-year-old from the Harlequins team. and she will give them maximum points. Second place is Borlase, who, after having a poor start, she'll finish in second. And it's going to be McCarthy just touching out Milne for third. And in fifth place is the swimmer from Marcos, Ruby.
Yeah, I was very impressed with the way Brianna Crawford held her stroke together for the whole 200 metres. Just beautiful.
Some personal bests there, looking through those top four. 2:41 for Crawford, 2:45 for Borlase, 2:48s for both McCarthy and Milne. That's the junior women 200 breaststroke. The seniors will be out and getting to the blocks soon as we have that last look and a review of the results there. 2:41 for Brianna Crawford, all the way win. Borlase of All Stars, McCarthy of Aquanites, Milne of All Stars, and the Marcos swimmers finishing in 5th and 8th swim place. Now the senior. New Zealand record for this is held by Natasha Lloyd, who's been based in the States for a couple of years or more. Jess Chapman starts up in lane 1. Here's the list. We get a great view from up high there, don't we? That underwater, when you see the different styles, the different effect that some swimmers have underwater, eh?
Yeah, certainly it's a great shot up here. There's no doubting that. But equally, you know, it's a great shot to have a look at all the contrasting styles. If we have a look over here at the swimmer in lane number 8, and this is Kiara Smith. She's a very good 16-year-old from the Harlequins team. You can see there's quite a high stroke rate. Her head is quite high, so big dolphin kick there. She's quite clearly out in front, out of the screen at the moment. The head doesn't go down into the same streamlined position as we saw from the winner in the previous heat. Just a little bit different style, so a lot more upright. She's still going out in front, but nowhere near the glide that we saw in the earlier from Brianna Crawford.
So this is Kiara Smith in lane 8. She's leading for Harlequins. Up there you can see in lanes 3 and 4 that in lane 3 it's Jackson, Kaylee Jackson of Marcos, and in lane 4 Ellie Eastwood from Harlequins. They'll be second and third, but they're giving a fair bit away to Smith. In fact, you could see that Jackson looked across to see what was happening on the other side, probably well aware that Smith would be out there somewhere. And she noticed that she's a fair way in front. She's got a good body length over these two here in second and third.
Yeah, but equally, John, you know, swimmers are not used to having an outside smoker like that, particularly still at the 150-metre mark out in front, and so they won't be used to it. In breaststroke, you can't look to the side. You want to keep your head position really still and work through your body, going from your shoulders right down through your hips. But it is Kiara Smith at the 150. Unusual sort of butterfly kick off the wall. I think that she needs to get a little bit more finesse about that. There's a lot of body movement. I think that she needs to just snap it and maintain a streamline a little bit better. But that'll be something that she'll develop. She's only 16 years of age.
It's an overview there of who we have in front. It's this woman here, Kiara Smith from Harlequins.
Look how her stroke rate's just really improved and increased in this last 50 metres. Still high head position, but her stroke rate has increased significantly.
And that stroke takes her to the wall. A comfortable victory for the Harlequins, Kiara Smith. It's tight over in lanes 3 and 4. Jackson and Eastwood. Eastwood wins that battle between she and Kaylee Jackson. And in lane 6, Shannon Szymanski of All Stars has taken 4th place. That's the senior women's 200 metres breaststroke, won by Kiara Smith.
See a lovely scoop there of the arms, of the hands, a nice angle, and she's trying to get maximum lift out of those hands as she sculls her way out into the outsweep.
Here we are, Harlequins first and second, Marco's third, All Stars Aquatics, Equinites, I mean. That's the first of those 200 breaststrokes. We have the junior men. Now the men, I mean, the juniors first of all. And we have Hunter Garrett from Harlequins way up in lane 1. Just getting ready to go there. In lane 5 is Bailey Wang. 6, we've got Josh Gilbert. He's looked good. Jacob Reiha. Of All Stars, Jeffrey Kemp of Marco's down here in lane 8. And a good start from lanes 5 and 6, Bailey Wang and Josh Gilbert. Gilbert from Taranaki, from Stratford.
Yeah, it's great to see all of these various small clubs represented here. Josh Gilbert from Stratford, as you've just indicated, John, from representing the Equinites, only 15 years of age, member of the New Zealand age group team. New Zealand age group champion for 14 years in the 50, the 100 and the 200 breaststroke, and also the 200 and 400 individual medley. He's not having it all his own way. He's in second position because Bailey Wang, the 15-year-old from the Harlequins club, is currently leading. Really different styles. You've got Bailey Wang pulling quite upright, almost going backwards, but then he just leans forward nicely and gets a great streamline in the front of his stroke. Whereas you've got, in contrast, you've got Josh Gilbert. It's really just trying to get as much as he possibly can over his legs. That was a big breath on the turn. So again, we'll have a look at this shot of the two swimmers out in front. Quite a wide kick by Josh Gilbert. Bailey seems to be just stroking quite nicely. Knees go quite wide, something that he probably needs to work on in the kick, but it's his actual body position in the water is really streamlined, really nice. So he comes up at the 150-metre mark.
It's Bailey Wang of Harlequins. He's led throughout. He's been challenged early by Josh Gilbert of Equinites in the green cap, but this now is our leader with 25 metres to go. And there's Josh Gilbert of Equinites, but a big margin now has developed. In third place is Zeke Pine of Marco's, and I think we just saw briefly Hunter Garrett of Harlequins up at the top. So that's the battle for, there was Garrett way up at the top there. But he might just finish in third, perhaps fourth place. So the winner clearly is Bailey Wang. Josh Gilbert now in for second. And there's that tussle between those two. It's going to be won by Zeke Pine of Marco's with Hunter Garrett of Harlequins in fourth place. That's the junior men 200 metres breaststroke.
Yeah, that was a good swim and a good time by Bailey Wang, representing the North Shore Club. Thomas Ansorg is the head coach of that North Shore Club. So a good victory for the Harlequins. 2:26.
This is the Zonal Swim Championships live from the Sir Owen Glenn National Aquatic Centre in Auckland. Some of the top senior and junior swimmers from around the country compete for their particular zone. 4 zones, and in this particular race, the northern zone of Harlequins has seen the win in the 200 breaststroke, men's 15 and under, Bailey Wang. Equinites, that's the second North Island team in second place. Now we move to the senior men. The national record, of course, in breaststroke held by Glenn Snyders was set 2012. Of course, we farewelled him at the Olympic Games in Rio last year.
You must say sadly farewell, but he's been an outstanding contributor to New Zealand swimming.
Right, one of the big fighters, Schroeder, is in lane 5 representing the Marcos.
He should have a real battle here with Jacob Garrett from the Harlequins in lane number 6.
And Grayson Bell for the Harlequins And lane number 2 looking really good.
Yeah, I wouldn't discount him either. Breaststroke's a stroke, you know, and particularly the men, they become a lot more aggressive about the stroke. It becomes, again, a lot more big chest barrel positions in the water. The swimmers that are good breaststrokers, very strong in the upper thigh area, but also very barrel chested.
We've seen 4 Australians in action during the day. The most famous of them being Emily Seebohm, and we've seen her do extremely well, but 3 others. One of those is swimming in lane 2, Grayson Bell, representing the Harlequins.
He's just fallen back now, though, hasn't he?
Yeah, yeah.
Just going really well was George Schroeder. We know he's one tough cookie, and what a great leg he put in the medley as well, in the 50 breaststroke and also in the relays.
Schroeder originally from Hokitika, wasn't he, Mark?
Yes, he was.
So he's doing exceptionally well here, but he'll be aware that Garrod of the Harlequins team is within striking range, but oh no, when you look at it from this angle, Schroeder has got this under control. He's a determined swimmer. He's improved every year. Schroeder turns first for Marcos. Garrod second, 2 seconds behind. The senior men's 200 metres breaststroke. This is the final session of 2 in the Zonal Championships here in Auckland.
Yeah, Jacob Garrod just trying to hang in there, but trying to stay up there on Schroeder. But Schroeder's from a smart race, a tough race. He looks really good, doesn't he? Coming up out of the water and then driving forward. The leg kicks accelerating him into the front part of his stroke.
Swims right through it. There's just a, you know, it was as if the finish line was still another 40 metres away. He just swims straight into it, swims through perfectly.
Yeah, there's no dead spot in his stroke, which is a good sign for breaststroke as well.
Kovacs Paul of Marcos was in 3rd place up at the top there in lane number 1. So that's the senior men's 200 metres breaststroke. Marcos get the maximum points.
Schroeder should be pretty happy with a 2:14 at this stage in the season.
And Marcos will be happy too, because they finished 1st and 3rd in that race.
And that, more significantly, that's the important bit.
Yeah. Yeah, 2:14, good time. Schroeder 2:14.09, 5 seconds ahead of Garrod of Harlequins.
Am I correct in saying Schroeder's the only person that's beat Glenn Snyder's in breaststroke in New Zealand?
Yeah,
you're correct on that.
Yeah. Absolutely right.
So you'll see the backstroke starting ledgers going into the pool now, because we have a backstroke event coming up in the junior woman. A lot of these backstroke ledgers, as you watch it, it'll be quite foreign to a lot of spectators.
Yeah.
Familiar to all the swimmers now, though, which is great. And of course, this has just led to a drop in world times as well.
100 metres backstroke, junior women. We'll see again Gina Galloway, who's been impressive today. Nicole Heaton in lane 2 from Marcos. Just dropping off the pace up at the top. Stevie Shipman in lane 1 from All Stars. But it's in lane 3, Gina Galloway.
So you'll notice Galloway going straight to the lane line, and that's important in backstroke, as we spoke about earlier, to keep them straight. So she's gone to, well, in this case, to the right-hand side of the lane line, and she will stay there hopefully stay there right through the 50 metres. In fact, she's gone away from the lane line a little bit now. You'll notice that what that immediately does is make them swim a greater distance. Of course, the shortest distance is a straight line. Now, she's gone from the right-hand side of the lane line to the left-hand side, so she's done extra work. So this is 100 and so many metres rather than 100. Something to work on.
And it doesn't affect the placing. She still wins it. And it might well have been lane 7. It was Howe, Tavania Howe of Harlequins. So Harlequins 1st and 2nd in the women's junior 100 metres backstroke.
Gina Galloway from the United Club wins the 100 backstroke, coached by Igor Polietsky.
Nice order, that one, isn't it? Harlequins, Harlequins, All-Stars, All-Stars, Aquanites, Aquanites, Marcos, Marcos. Now we move to the seniors. Bobby Gishard in lane 4, Emily Seabom of Australia representing Aquanites is in 5, Minna Atherton of the Marcos from Australia in lane 3. This will be a good swim. Well, they all have been. New Zealand record is held by Emily Thomas, set in 2009.
Gosh, she was a talented swimmer out of Gisborne. Really talented. Watch Emily Seabom in lane number 5, former world record holder. Notice how deep she goes. Plyas those legs. Look, she's already up, although lane number 3 did a great start as well, and that's Minna Atherton.
That's the 2 Australians out in front, and Gishard, the New Zealand outstanding swimmer, is in the centre of them and knows she has some work to do. 100 backstroke. Gishard moves up towards Seabom, but it's going to be the 2 Australians. Seabom turns first, and Atherton in second place, and Gishard in third.
Now look at the difference there once again, just the experience, probably the finesse. The 2 Australians just moved off that turn so much better than the likes of Bobby Gishard. Bobby Gishard should play that over and over again, and she needs to work on her turns.
Just saw down here in lane 8, Kelsey Bucock of Harlequins is also swimming very well. She'll get 4th. Into the wall comes Emily Seabom, former world champion, Olympic gold medalist, touches ahead of Minna Atherton, and Bobby Gishard in 3rd place. What was that time? 1:00:38.
So you got to remember, Seabom actually held the world record, 58.2, I think it was. My memory serves me right. Thereabouts.
Now held by Gemma Spofford of Great Britain at 58.12. That's just so good that these Australians have come, particularly as you've mentioned before, and if you've just joined us at the Zonal Championships as we're into the final stages of the second session. Emily Seabom spent time with some of the young New Zealand swimmers, just chatting to them. It's so encouraging. Just learn a little bit out of that sort of thing.
But
if you do,
you can't pay for experience, can you?
We have the 100 metres backstalk. Putting out a lot of words here today, so we don't hold anything against our graphics people down there. Thank you very much, but I think we'll hold that one though. The 100 backstalk for junior men. Bryn Rumble, we've seen him look very good from Marcos. Jonathan Selman of Harlequins. Samuel Poaching of Harlequins as well. So the 100 backstroke. More variations on a theme there from the start. They're scattered all over the place.
I love this way that Bryn Rumble swims.
Yes.
I think he's superb. Jonathan Selman is also from the Coast Club in Auckland. John Gatfield, we saw him in the Legends Relay, a very competent backstroker himself in earlier years. Now coaching out of the Coast Club, and it is Selman that turns first.
Selman's in lane 4.
Yes, he is. Watch Rumble come back. Oh, more known for his 200, which he swam so well.
So Selman here in the white cap, and to his right is Bryn Rumble of Marcos. They're first and second. They're in lanes 4 and 3 respectively. Now the move from Selman. Oh, he looks so comfortable, doesn't he? He looks easy. And Rumble too, nice style.
Angus Kelleher in lane number 7 was in 3rd position, so a good result for the Marcos, 2nd and 3rd.
Angus Kelleher from North Canterbury. Bryn Rumble from Wharanui. They're the two Marco's swimmers. Marco's the South Island combination. We've got representatives from Nelson, Marlborough, from all parts of Canterbury, from Otago and from Southland. And of course, their coaches are here as well from all over the country. Each of the zones has a handful of coaches to assist their teams. There's Selman 101.70, Harlequins first, Marco's second and third. So the points are changing all the time, and we have in this race in lane 4 we've got the joker being played, Andrew Trembath of Marco's.
Get the focus on Coetzee. Just never changes. You just know what he's going to do.
Just go for it.
Yep. Great shot of the starts.
William Campbell there in lane 8 was the man closest to the camber as they took off in this senior men's 100 backstroke. The best of the start so has come from Coetzee. Julian Ware alongside of him, but see that bright green cap, the lime green of Andrew Trembath of Marco's also in the picture. And up at the top, Finn Kennard-Campbell in lane 1.
Yeah, Kennard-Campbell going really nicely in lane number 1, turning in second position. But it is Coetzee in lane number 5 that's taken us out over the first 50 metres. 27.86, which is a pretty fast 50 metres.
Oh, he's there to fight today. Cornel Coetzee, he is winding into it. There have been some close ones featuring the Coetzee brothers, and there'll be another close one, but it won't come from the man next to him. It might come from the man in lane 1, but Coetzee wins it comfortably. Kennard-Campbell gets up for second. Trembath from the Marco's gets triple third placing points, double third placing points for playing the joker then. And we'll soon get a full bearded shot of Cornet Coetzee. There he goes there with the white cap on. Up at the top you could get a glimpse then of Kennard-Campbell, who finished well to finish in second place, take second place. There it goes, touch.
Yeah, really nice timing onto that finish too. So easy to pull up early and look at the big scoreboard to see where you came and what time you did.
Yeah. Here we go. Harlequin still leading in the juniors. Aquanites, oh, look at that 1 point, the difference. Aquanites and All Stars, 1 point between those two, and Marco's only 40 plus back, so that's good. Harlequins leading in the seniors still by a good margin now, but once again that's close. Aquanites and Marco's, those results positions could change by the end of the second session.
So 4 more individual events and then it's into the big relay.
Yes, and when we mean big, don't we?
Yeah, it's everybody. Team member.
Yes. Whether you've just swum the last race or not.
Yeah.
You're into it. 50 metres freestyle now. New Zealand record is Hayley Palmer's at 25.01, set 7 years ago now. This is the junior women. I'm just waiting with one swimmer has gone AWOL. That'd be one of the things, wouldn't it?
And also you have to change the starting positions as well for the referee and starters. They have to go down to the scoreboard end of the pool for the start of the 50 metres. So that takes a little bit of time as well, just for them to set it up, and you'll see them testing the equipment, making sure that the starts are working at each end of the pool. Because all the rest of the events other than the 50 are at the block end. Well, they both got block end, but non-scoreboard end of the pool.
Just looking for Sophie Irving of All Stars. She's in lane 8, so that's your starting lineup today.
It's important that she does swim too, because even if she came 8th, you still score 4 points.
Yeah, yeah. Chelsea Edwards in lane 4. She has She's been first home in all her races. There's Chelsea Edwards to the right. She's had a very good meet. She's an up-and-comer without doubt. She's one of those who is assisted by the Wellington High Performance Aquatics Group. Just a little bit of funding to help some of the top swimmers reach their potential. Have we got everyone? No, we don't have lane 8. Wow. Anyway, we're not going to hold it up, so we just have the 7. So Papaono is in lane 7, and she is from Aquanites. Just looking there at Edwards in lane 4. Natasha Johnson will be on her right in lane 5 from Marcos. Jasmine Anderson from Harlequins is in lane 6. Here we go. Great start there from Edwards in lane 4. Natasha Johnson to her right in lane 5, also looking prominent. This is a very good swim by those centre lane swimmers. Edwards holds it at the moment.
Oh, Edwards is just
Natasha
so powerful,
Johnson.
isn't she? A bit of a pause as she goes into her breath, but Edwards looks so powerful.
She's got this one convincingly, almost a body length ahead over 50 metres. That's pretty good. That's 26.94 for Chelsea Edwards. Natasha Johnson would have got second, and I think Peyton Topaono of Aquanites was third. So another good swim by Chelsea Edwards. Very impressive. There we are, confirmed all-stars getting the top points through Chelsea Edwards. This is the under 15 50 metres freestyle for women.
Nice start by Chelsea Edwards. In fact, a nice race all through. So powerful. Bit of a pause there. She looks a little bit backwards in her breathing position. Swim zone racing out of Wellington. Frank Terrell was her coach, and he's done a really good job with her.
We move up an age group to the 16 and over, the senior women. Gabrielle Thamasili in lane 3.
Well, gosh, after watching her in the relay, this should be a good win for her.
Yep. Karina Doyle, also from Harlequins, is in 7. Rebecca Moynihan of All Stars in 5. Sophie Lewis from Aquanites. The fastest time belongs to a woman in lane 3. Let's see how she goes. Her start's a good one. She emerges with a good advantage. Very good from Thamasili. Karina Doyle will be challenging. We'll look across there. It is Thamasili clearly.
It's a great shot there of Thamasili. You can just see she's got her head down and she's just driving through the water in an upward position. So she's almost swimming downhill, which is so reminiscent of doing a good 50 metres freestyle. A position
Moynihan
that
second.
you want to get.
Very good swim. Moynihan second, Doyle third, and Sophie Lewis in fourth place.
Yeah, her body position changes a little bit throughout the race, but she comes upright a little bit more towards the end, but that's of course fatigue and also probably the taper in preparation for the national championships. So if you see here, extremely good, and look at that body position right there, head down, she's leaning forward onto a stroke, just outstandingly strong.
So now we move into the Tyrone Henry races. Now one of those who's looked very good today. He starts in lane number 4. His good start too from him. Jack Lees of Aquanites, also impressive, but immediately Henry asserts his superiority in this.
Well, Howard Pakuranga just continuously put out great swimmers in the last few years. Daniel Hunter, will see him in the next event in the senior men, but Tyrone Henry, just look how dominant he is over this 50 freestyle. Really good explosive power. Beautiful leg kick.
Nobody else in it Lee's stayed with him for second. Sean Gibbs down in lane 8 finishes third. And a good swim, another good swim by Tyrone Henry. He went in with a 24.70, and that's a 24.31 for him.
Yeah, very good swim for a 15-year-old. Howard Pakuranga Club got to be happy with that.
So Tyrone Henry wins it. Now we come to the final of the individual races before we move into the major finale. Tyrone Henry, 24.34. That's a second and a half back to second, which is a major advantage. A big...
It's night and day in a 50 metres freestyle. You just don't see that sort of advantage. But this is the big man now. This is his training partner, Daniel Hunter, in lane number 5, also training out of the Howard Pakuranga Club. You've got to think about these sprinters. They're going to have to go straight from here into a relay, aren't they?
Yeah. I think they'll hold them back a wee bit.
And as we said, these are the prima donnas. They'll hate it. They need a couple of hours just to recover. Need to strut around.
They're playing the joker, Daniel Hunter, Julian Weir to his right, and the other green cap from Aquanites. On the other side of Hunter is Michael Finlay of Marcos. It won't be easy to distinguish these, but eventually the bright green cap of Hunter starts to take over. After the 25, he's got it.
The New Zealand record holder with a 22.31, Daniel Hunter already out in front. This is his big event. This is where he's now electric into the finish. And a 23.30, I would say that he'd be pretty happy with that time. Just still a second outside his own New Zealand record, but at this stage for a sprinter, it's not bad.
That's looking good, and you'd noticed up at the top of your screen when you saw that, Daniel Caldwell finished really well from Aquanites to take third. So Hunter, a good way to finish the individual events. I'm so looking forward to seeing him at the Nationals to just see what he can achieve there. He's got so much talent.
Yeah, great start. Very powerful. Look at the rotation out of his shoulders. Shoulders clear the water, which is a great attribute to have. This is least resistance. Fast turnover, you can see the pull under his body just coming almost down the center line of his body. Great sprint. Big reps on this young man.
Yeah, you're I mean, the fact that you called him a prima donna and that he was lazy.
I didn't say lazy.
I think he had other things on.
He'll love hearing that.
I know. He's a nice young man who enjoys a bit of fun.
He interviews extremely well too.
Yeah. So now, you don't see that often, 20 by 50 metre freestyle relay. All the swimmers get in the water.
So these teams are made up of...
Currently, it's a mixed 20 by 50 metre freestyle relay. Yes, that's 20.
He would have been a sprinter because he looked up at the big screen. Not this guy.
He's a warrior.
Yeah.
5 Aquanites and 6 All-Stars.
This is the build-up to the grand finale. The Zonal Championships. They've swum as individuals for a team. He's the Marco, he's the sharp leader.
Well, this is what dual meets are all about. It's creating this atmosphere. And again, what this does is it brings all the juniors together with the seniors. Nobody feels any inhibitions.
Marcos. Well, they might not win the overall title, right, but they might just win the popular prize. So there we see All-Stars down here in lane 6, Aquanites in 5, Harlequins in 4, Marcos in 3. All the swimmers. I hope they can find them all because there's a lot of them there. They're ready to take part in the big relay. We won't be identifying the swimmers for you, but we do know who they belong to, what zone. And you can tell by the green cap, that's the Aqua Knights. They're swimming out of lane 5. All Stars alongside them. Harlequins in lane 4. Marcos in lane 3.
So what the Marcos have done in lane number 3 is they've put a female off first. Not always a good move because they're obviously not going to be as fast as the men, and they're going to be swimming in a lot of turbulence. So generally a relay, you put some of your dominant swimmers up front, make a start, get out in front so that you can then I guess protect some of your weaker swimmers. And I don't mean this in any disrespect. Unless you're your top New Zealand sprint freemailer, you probably want to put them in the middle area a bit. Whereas what the Marcos have done is put all the females down one end.
Yes.
So they're going to be giving away a lead and then probably gaining a lead.
It's very close at the top. Touching first, All Stars, Harlequins second, Aqua Knights third, which means Marcos are fourth. Watch as you see the changeover, you'll see which teams are using females and which aren't.
Well, certainly the Marcos are using a lot of their females first. And because they're so far behind, there's not a lot of turbulence there, which is not a bad tactic, having criticised it a little bit earlier. So immediately now in the water in lane number 5, we've got the Aqua with a female.
And staying very well at the same time. The All Stars using another male swimmer. They touch first. Change over. Female swimmer for All Stars. That's probably Edwards by the looks of it. That bright green.
Yep, that's Edwards, all right.
Yeah, wow.
You can see just that pause as she goes to breathe, but boy, when she's got her head down, long breathing, she's so powerful.
Noticeable, isn't it? Now you've pointed it out, but that's strong.
Look at that no breath. I just took a breath then, but gee, it is strong. Nice changeover too.
She went against three other female swimmers. So Marcos now, they go with another of their female swimmers. The rest have got males in there. So the All Stars holding a lead. This is a junior relay.
Well, the All Stars with 2 females are doing a fantastic job right now. They're maintaining this lead, if not extending the lead.
Another female for All Stars. So it's All Stars leading. Harlequins moving into second ahead of Aqua Knights. Marcos still in 4th place. Another female to go for Marcos. For All Stars, I'm sorry, All Stars in lane 6.
So slower changeover there for the All Stars, and a magnificent changeover from the Harlequins.
Now you see the powerful male swimmer starting to gobble up that distance.
She's holding her own though.
Yeah, she is.
She didn't have a great changeover, and that was sad, but she's there or thereabouts.
That's female against female too.
That's All Stars.
It's going to be really close. Yeah. So All Stars and Harlequins. Boys on the blocks, ready.
So, All Stars in the black cap, Harlequins in the white. Gosh, it can change quickly, can't it?
Yeah.
150-metre leg. Great changeover there by Harlequins.
That's still All Stars leading this junior relay. Harlequins second, Aqua Knights third. What if Marco's Gate lost a lot of ground early on? Their tactic has not paid off. I've got no idea how many swimmers have gone or how many to go. Can you see down there? We've got 10 have gone. 10 have gone, we hear. So that's good. Still a long way to go then. And this.
Gosh, All Stars look good. They look powerful. What's that, a whole body length now? Probably a bit more.
Males on the blocks for the Harlequins and the All Stars. All Stars away first. Oh, a long time underwater for the All Stars swimmer. Didn't make much headway, but comes out still holding a body length advantage over Harlequins.
So that's the difference. It's a great dive. Was a great dive, but then too deep, and then you couldn't break out. You've got to break out with power. All Stars have lost a lot on that breakout. Because then you've got to gain speed again, whereas you should go from extra speed and then slow down into the swimming.
Well, there's not much in it now. Look at this. It's male against female. This junior relay.
And then it changes at the next changeover.
Yeah.
Female versus male.
That's right. It's a bit stressful for these youngsters.
Easy to jump as well. Easy to go early.
Yeah.
So All Stars with a female. Harlequins with a male.
All Stars still holding it just slightly. What have they got at the other end? It's female against female. Harlequins might just get the advantage now. They're starting to. It's been a very good fight between these two.
Marcos have come back as well. They're still in last place.
Harlequins lead now from All Stars. Aquanites still in third. And you just see to the top there, Marcos have closed the gap dramatically on the Aquanites. So that race for third isn't over yet. This is another big length, and Harlequins have now got a sizable advantage.
Yeah, and it was a nice changeover by the Harlequins, a slower changeover by the All Stars.
And the Aquanites are ripping into it. A good leg from them. Not so good changeover from the Marcos, who've lost a little bit of ground again.
That's a nice 50 metres by the Harlequins.
It takes forever, doesn't it, when you're standing on the blocks waiting. Oh! And you've just seen that lead evaporate. And that is a big advantage, sizable advantage by Harlequins. Over the last 4 swimmers, they've gone from being level or second to now 20 metres in front. And Aquanites are charging home. Look at this from Aquanites. All Stars will touch in second place now. Changeover, but it's male against female, and Aquanites might just pull this one back and get second. I'm looking up at the blocks to see who's there. That's Harlequins away first. Aquanites. Harlequins still leading. Aquanites now in second place. Harlequins.
It's a good battle for second.
It's a great race. This is the end. Here we go to the wall, and Harlequins do it. And Aquanites are going to get second. And Marcos, oh, can we see the Marcos? Here they come, Marcos, Aquanites, Marcos, and All Stars. All Stars get third. Or did they? Let's see. The Marcos might have got up for third.
No, I don't. No, I don't.
Did they? All Stars got it.
Yep.
All Stars third. I just looked up at the board and it showed All Stars in fourth place, so that serves me right for looking up there. So for the Marcos, they gave it a great start. They were way behind in third place and fourth place. They looked well out of it. They finished strongly, still get fourth. But the most impressive part of this was the early stages from the All Stars, and then the Harlequins just fighting back eventually to this stage, taking over the lead and eventually winning it.
Yeah, it's fantastic for all the athletes, isn't it? They just love it.
Yeah.
Everybody loves relays. We love commentating relays. We love it. It's hard here because we don't know all of the swimmers. We haven't got the names of the swimmers, so it's hard to call their names and look out for certain people, but it is exciting. And just the fact that that lead is changing all the time. Gosh, how many times did that lead change?
Oh. Well, it was great stuff. The Marcos there, so supportive of their team, making a lot of noise here. They'll win that prize.
Well, you certainly wanted them to get into bed.
Oh, yeah, well, no, I didn't want them to beat the All-Star, because the All-Stars have done so well, haven't they? But I thought, oh, well, if it's going to be a big fairy tale story, this will be it. And the Marcos really challenged so well. They were such a long way back.
They were, but I thought you might have been just going back to your roots and winning that South Island team to come through.
That's right.
You can take the man out of Timaru, but you can't take Timaru out of the man.
That's true. That's true. Well, that's why I made special mention of the young swimmer from Geraldine and places Mark, as you know.
I didn't go unnoticed.
Men leading off for each of the teams in the senior relay. 20 swimmers in each team, 50 metres.
So All Stars in lane number 3, Marcos in 4, Harlequins in 5, and the Aqua Knights in lane number 6. So with the white cap, the Harlequins just out in front by the smallest margin. Aqua Knights 0.2 of a second behind in lane number 6. Well, they're wearing the green cap, and it looks as if Aqua Knights have moved into the lead.
Well, there's some powerful swimmers here. And I can't see. Oh, yes, I can see. No, it's all males lining up again. So Aqua Knights leading. Marcos, a good swim by them. They're in second place at the changeover. Harlequins powering up now, and All Stars in fourth place. Oh, they love this. You can almost see them grinning under the water as they go for it. Aqua Knights, Harlequins, All Stars. 0.15 of a second in it.
You sort of look up at the blocks, don't you, each time, and you go, are they going to bring out any of their guns early? You know, when you look at the 2 New Zealand record holders of Gabriel Fahamasili, and you've also got the likes of Daniel Hunter in the men, so you know they're going to play those cards, and different teams will do that at different times, but you sort of look up and try and anticipate when they're going to play them. You lead them as the anchor man or anchor woman. I mean, you got the likes of Daniel Hunter that just had the very last individual event. He probably needs the rest.
Yeah.
So he will be later. So it is the Harlequins out in front. 0.4 of a second over Aqua Knights. All Stars in third, 4.5 seconds back.
Well, I think that's going to change. Harlequins. And there you see up at the top, that's a Marcos now in third place. Harlequins lead.
So this is Michael Mitchell, 400, 800, 1500 metre swimmer, suddenly having that for sprint.
And of course we're saying, you know, they're all doing freestyle. Some of them don't like freestyle.
No.
You know, they don't specialise in that at all.
More so if you're a breaststroker.
Yeah.
If you're a breaststroker, that's all you're good at. Because your feet turn out. And they look, you know, very much Gumbies when they walk around. But there's no breaststrokers out there. But, you know, they're clumsy sort of people.
I know what you mean. But nobody else will.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Breaststrokers certainly would never acknowledge that.
No. Hang on, I've just had a text come in. Tell Mark Bone to stop saying bad things about breaststrokers. Here we are back with the relay, and it's a sizable margin now for Harlequins. Aquanite second, Marco's third, All Stars fourth. Up at the other end, they're ready to change again.
Oh, this is a great race for second and third and fourth.
Yeah.
Definitely Harlequins way out in front.
That's right. Look at them now. Here they go. Splash, splash, all together.
It's nice sprinting, isn't it? Just nice turnover of those arms. You can see the body position. Good leg drive. So this is the halfway stage. 10 swimmers out of the 20 are in the pool for the Harlequins.
And here's that battle for second, third and fourth. Aquanites, All Stars have moved up to third now. Marcos have gone back to fourth. Bit of a change there, but no one's going to stop this Harlequins team the way they're powering away with it, and they've got so much in reserve.
Yeah, it's hard when you're that far in front. You probably slow down the changeovers a little bit. You just give that a little bit more of a gap. Make sure that you don't jump early. But what a race now for second. And this is where you can have a real jump.
Well, we know what the
because
points
it's so
were,
close.
too. You know, when we saw the overall point situation, both junior and senior, it was very tight between second and third. And this could be the difference.
Wow, look at this.
Aquanite
just been rolled over.
Yeah, another change in that third and fourth battle. And 2 women enter for the Marcos and All Stars. What have they got left? We know that the Harlequins have got plenty in reserve, including Hunter. Well, Marcos moving up to Aquanites. Harlequins long way in front. The excitement really is that second, third and fourth placings. Will they change over again? As they touch, you see here coming down, like there's Aquanites, a little look across. Will Aquanites hold that second place? Or will the Marcos get up? They'll just hold it. Who's going into the water? 2 female? No, male for Aquanites. Harlequins 25 metres in front. Check that swimmer for got flippers on, surely. Must be.
Harlequins are feeling very confident. Look at them cheering it.
Yeah.
Team. Mind you, when you've got about 20 metres advantage, you should feel a bit confident.
That's right.
But, you know, as we keep saying, the leads do change.
Now, over there to the right, you can see some massive moves being made by that Schroeder in the water, I wonder. Aquanite second. No, it wasn't. And All Stars in fourth place.
That's their team leader.
Yeah.
Did all the cheering.
Marco man.
The Marco man, yep.
The turn for the Harlequins. Oh, here we go again. It's changed once more. Marco's in second. Touch and go. Big advantage. That all happened in 100 metres.
So I think they've got 2 swimmers to go. So the second to last swimmer for the Harlequins is in the water. And you did right. All Stars in lane number 3. In second position.
Marcos. Yeah, Marcos away. They are in second. Aquanites in third place. All Stars in fourth. It's Harlequins will take out This race, the final race of the zonal series.
Well, this is Gabriel Fahamasili.
Yes.
Gee, to the wall. Though, to be fair, John, the others have come back on them.
Yeah. To the wall goes Fahamasili. They win it. Marcos will take second place. What a great event that's been. Oh, sorry, All-Stars over the Aqua Knights. Some outstanding swimming. Oh, I think they've got those. Anyway. I'm not convinced that that was the right order. Got second. No, that's. So the Harlequins certainly won it. That's all I'll say, and
won it quite easily. To be fair,
yeah, they did. Yep, absolutely.
And that probably reflects the meet itself. Their dominance in points was the dominance in that relay.
And there were some areas in the relay that you just sensed that they were going to take over. And they've got such depth in this team. Some great swims by male and female competitors in this. Good changeovers, lots of support. It was so noisy out there. All the time, supporting. Gabrielle Fahamasili, she brings them home. The Harlequins have won the big event, the final event here at the Zonal Championships. So we've had some wonderful swimming here, 4 hours of non-stop action here at the Zonal Championships, and all the athletes have had a great time. They've been able to swim with swimmers that they might not swim with at all previously as parts of the 4 zones around the country. So each race produced 8 lots of points for each of the swimmers, and after the junior events, the Harlequins quite dominant by 200 and almost 60 points over All-Stars, who was second. So they did well in that second part of the competition. Aqua Knights just ahead of Marcos in 4th place. So Harlequins winning the juniors, and they also completely dominated the seniors. 1,080 points. That's a magnificent score for the Harlequins. The Marcos got up for second place ahead of the Aqua Knights and also the All-Stars. So that's how it's gone. The Harlequins have dominated here at the Zonal Championships, winning both the juniors and the seniors. There's been a lot of noise around, and I'm sure that Ian Jones will probably have a bit of noise behind him when he starts chatting to us right now.
John, the final points tally has been calculated on what has been a fantastic night of swimming. Thank you to everyone involved. The swimmers, of course, the volunteers, the officials have worked really, really hard, and great spectators that have joined us here at the Owen Glen Swimming Complex. But helping me with the presentation, we have Leslie Huckins, President of New Zealand Swimming. Of course, she also officiates all around the world. And the first trophy that we're going to hand out is for the junior swimming. It's the Champions Trophy, and it goes this year to Harlequins. Congratulations, Harlequins, the junior trophy, and now also the senior trophies called the Moss Cup. The Moss Cup, Leslie will also present once we get some of the senior swimmers back who have just completed in the relay. But once more, the calculations have been done. The winner of the Moss Cup and the Zonal Champs of 2017 is also the Harlequins.
So hopefully they'll look after those trophies tonight, but that has been a mighty display by the Harlequins team, and it has been fantastic, Mark, to see this competition and also see the younger swimmers coming through. We're going to watch them very closely over the next couple of years.
Yeah, particularly the younger swimmers to gel with these older swimmers and to use the experience of the Australians that are over here and also some of our own top swimmers that were part of this meet. But the opportunity to race long course and race in a team environment, it's just great to see, and I know that they will get a lot out of it and they'll look forward to other events like it.
So the Zonal Championship has certainly proved its worth here again at the Owen Glen National Aquatic Centre in Auckland. Harlequins victorious in both the junior and the senior. Some great action over the last 4 hours. So on behalf of Mark Bone, it's farewell from the swimming in Auckland.